predominantly made up of young people, because we do have a growing number of young people that are taking over the space. So, but before we get into that, I would like to introduce the Commander-in-Chief of the .za Domain Name Authority to just give us a welcome address and just welcome the event. Young people that are taking over the space. We have an echo in the room, but without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome my CEO, my boss, the person that signs my bonus checks every year. Can we please give him a round of applause? Thank you.
I'm not used to being introduced. But nonetheless, thank you very much to the program directors. My name is Molehe, middle name is Michael, which I normally don't use. If you Google me, you'll find it somewhere. And surname is Wesi. As indicated by the colleagues, I have the pleasure, of course, of being the CEO of the .za Domain Name Authority. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, and those that are joining us online, let me welcome you to the very first ZA Youth Internet Governance Forum. I think for those that have been with us, it has been quite a journey to get us here. But it goes without saying that one has to acknowledge the support of their partners and the presence of their partners. The list is quite extensive. If I don't mention you, it's not a jab of any sort. It's just that, of course, there's too many of you to mention. But at the top of my head, let me first acknowledge and thank the support of Google South Africa, who is the sponsor of this event, and the ones that are to follow. Of course, the department that one reports to, which is the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, led, of course, by Minister Ntshabeni. And then, of course, the University of Limpopo, who is also a partner in one form or the other. Thank you very much for hosting us. Of course, the students from the university that are attending. And the ZAIGF, you know, one has to always remind himself to separate themselves from the ZAIGF, because we aspire for the platform or the forum to become not an extension of ZNA, but a forum and a platform to really bring together multiple stakeholders as you are sitting within the room. It goes without saying, of course, there's ICANN, there's ZAIGF, there's NEMISA, there's ZAC, which is the Central Registry Consortium. There is FPP, there is TAFFD, there is NYDA, and everyone else. I think with that said, and as per norm, all protocol except. So mine is a very simple task, is to really just to get the conversations going. As indicated by Memukoni, you know, we are here to really create or initiate a platform for youth, and to really have them or enthuse them to start discussing issues in and on and around, of course, the internet. And you might be asking yourself, why is it so important? So for me, it's quite simple, and I'll keep it quite collegial and quite simple. Do you remember a time when WhatsApp was not there? Can anyone tell me when WhatsApp was formed? When did you start actually using WhatsApp? And I think the bigger question is, can you live without WhatsApp as we speak? You know, I see a lot of people acknowledging. And why is it important for us to acknowledge the importance of WhatsApp? It's simply because it brings us together. It provides a simpler and a cheaper means to communicate. I know some other platforms or telcos or social media platforms will really kill me by saying this, but it is a fact. They provide a simpler, much more intuitive, much more natural way of us engaging. In fact, it has gotten better over the period of time. Just to share with you, I think it was started around 2009, and only around 2011, 2012, we started seeing the improvement of the platform to where it is today. And unfortunately, as you sign up onto this platform without actually singling out WhatsApp, there's policies that are set and put in place to govern those platforms. And most of the time, an ordinary person is being spoken for by those that think they are technical experts within their own right, simply because they really can't get to anyone else. And through these platforms like your youth IGFs, that's where really we can start engaging social media platforms, those that take the legislative decisions on how can we better, the use, the access of tools that are built around the internet. And you might be asking yourself why the internet is it so important and why youth is so important. Simply put, we have an internet penetration of just above 70%. And it's projected that by 2026, we will be sitting above 90%. Now, if you superimpose that with the fact that we live in a country where 1/3 of the population is actually people who are between the ages of 15 and 34. And it goes even further. We live in a country whereby 3/5 of the population is a grouping of individuals younger than 30. It really tells a sign that we have to get youth involved. The youth's voice has to be heard. And also, at times, it is quite important to involve youth in discussions around internet, how they can benefit economically, how they can be protected as they engage, simply because, it's a natural thing that would outlive all of us who are no longer youth. And it's quite important for yourselves to partake and build the future that you will live in, rather than someone else dictating the future that you will live in. So with those few words, ladies and gentlemen, for those that are in the room and also joining us online, I would, in fact, let me put it this way, I'm looking forward to the discussions. What I hope to see from this particular session is, of course, recommendations coming forth, how to better. I'm not saying we are perfect as an SOE in involving youth. We are trying. So we can learn from some of these engagements. How can we better? How can we ensure that whatever we are saying here doesn't end up just being a talk shop? As government, we are always scorned for just talking and not taking any action. And I think myself and those that I've partnered with, we are trying to sway or change that perception by really taking whatever is being said at these forums to heart and applying it. And it couldn't have come in a much more better, time for ourselves as Zetna, because we are going through, a strategic review to say, how do we really going forward ensure that in the next financial year, it doesn't become an event, but it becomes events leading up to this event. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the session today. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and open. Cheers.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you. I did not acknowledge the stakeholders in the room. I would like to stand and correct that. Thank you so much. Firstly, to our partner, University of Limpopo, for partnering with us on this. We are hoping that more students come into the room and participate. We'd like to thank Google, as mentioned by my CEO, for just partnering with us again on this. As he said, we are going to outlive the elderly. Tate Jerry, we are going to outlive you. We are going to outlive you, and it would make sense for us to make our voices heard in discussions, especially discussions on education, skills development. 4IR, we are there. A few years ago, 4IR is coming, 4IR is here. We need to start talking about how our education is addressing the digital skills gap that exists in our economy in order to create a better workforce for this 4IR that we were getting ready for. We were getting ready for it 5 years ago. It's here now. So with that, I would like to call the first session of the day, the session that will address digital skills gap that threatens innovation. That session is going to be facilitated or led by Ms. Lati Klaka. She will introduce her panel, right? But essentially that's what the session seeks to discuss, is just how education institutions are equipping themselves and equipping their learners to be better prepared for this future that we are getting ready for, or this future that we are in rather, this 4IR that we are in. So as Ms. Lati comes forward and her panel gets ready, I know that 2 of her panel members are participating online and 1 is with us in the room. So as they get ready to come and take the podium and the seats, I'd just like to ask you guys to give them a round of applause as they come up. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Dumelang, Tawela, Abshen. Okay, so I'm gonna start by saying we've got this picture over here. We've got this microphone. Do we ever wonder how these things were made? Because now we've got picture and we've got people watching us from all over South Africa, all over Africa on Zoom. So do we ever wonder how these things are made? Or do we just want to consume and not actually contribute to these things being there? So that's where I'd like us to start. That we've got all these big words. It's called Internet Governance Forum. We look at it as something that's technical. Okay, can we fix the sound? Okay, so we look at it as something that is technical. So before I actually continue, I want you to consider that we've got a tablet, we've got a phone in front of us, but we don't actually consider where it started and what it actually is and how we can contribute to it as youth. So my name is Lati Klaka, and I'm the facilitator for the first panel, which is Digital Skills Gap Threatens Innovation. So I've got my panelists. I'm not too sure how the other ones are joining or if they've joined already. But then in front, I've got Mr. Thabang Nkuma. He's the technical advisor for Fourth Industrial Revolution at MICT CETA. Okay, are we all fine? Are we following? Because we're gonna start with the session now and we all look a bit tired for the first session of the day. Are we all fine? Okay. How are the other ones joining? Are they already there? Metulu? Who's ever attended an Internet Governance Forum before? Okay, we've got a few. And then the rest, do we at least know what it is and what is going to be discussed? We don't. Okay, like it was explained that internet is around us every day. So the first topic actually breaks it down, which is digital skills gap. What's this? It threatens innovation. Like I said, we've got a microphone. We've got this picture. Who would have thought that something so small could project something like this and also show people who are in, let's say, Gauteng, people who are in Cape Town. So as youth, because now we've got a difference, and I think we need to celebrate the fact that Zadna has launched something like this where youth get to engage, because now I think there's a difference between youth and people who have passed youth, because then they will tell you about their experience. I've realized that they tell us more about their experience than they do about creating new ideas. I'm not sure if I'm wrong or right, but then they'll tell you, because I had a conversation with someone this morning and they told me about systems, that, okay, the system is like this. Whereas when you speak to a young person, they'll tell you about how they want to change things. So I think this platform is for us to actually engage, where the topics will be separated and we'll actually engage on the different topics as they come. But then we need to look at it like that, where we are contributing to whatever change there is. So I'm going to encourage you to actually follow with us and ask questions at the end. Right now, I'm waiting for the other panelists. I'm not sure how it's going to be projected, but I want us to not look at it as internet governance, but to look at it as just digital skills. Look at it as technology, where you just took out your cell phone right now, but you don't consider that there's, software updates, for example. We're not considering those things. Who's making those updates? We're just consuming and not adding. So today we are looking at it from that perspective, where we need to also make a change. I think we are ready for the other panelists. Are we ready? Okay. Because we've got two. So we've got two other panelists. We've got Ms. Tokomia, who is the Global Partnership Manager of Girl Hype. And then we've also got Mr. Trevor Ramitwa, who is the Chief Executive Officer of NEMISA. Are they there?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning. Hello. It's a pleasure to join.
Okay. So I'll start by asking first Mr. Thabang Mkuma to introduce himself and to sort of just give us a background on who he is and where he's from.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson or Facilitator. My name, colleagues. Good morning to all colleagues, both on the virtual platform and those colleagues who are actually joining us in person. So my name is Thabang Mkuma. I'm the technical advisor for IR at the MICTC. So I'll just be one of the panelists who actually share some thoughts and ideas. Yes, okay. Let's just allow our technical experts to assist us. Colleagues, so as I was saying, I'm from the MICTC. I'm glad to be part of this conversation. Indeed, I am one of those ones who, with the baby hairs, basically, who will be actually sharing some ideas, but also having a conversation with regards to this digital divide. So I'm looking forward to this conversation. Looking forward to a very progressive and interactive session. Thank you.
Can we please allow Mr. Ramitwa to also just introduce himself?
Thank you very much. I hope you can all see me. Let me speak from Johannesburg in Gauteng. And my name is Trevor Ramitwa. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of NEMISA. In full, it's the National Electronic Media Institute of South Africa. This is a training institute that is established as a government entity. It's an SOE that is reporting to the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. NEMISA's mandate is to drive skills development in two broad areas. The first one being like digital skills, and then the second one being your broadcasting creative media skills. So those are the two broad areas where we find ourselves, and we are quite excited to be part of this panel, and that we will make a contribution in advancing the youth, to take charge and also take advantage of what the digital economy brings. So I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Ramitra. Ms. Mia, can you please introduce yourself?
Good morning, everybody. Am I echoing or is it just on my line? Let me. I hope that's better. All right, I'm Tokomia. As introduced, I'm the Global Partnerships Manager at GoHype, which is a digital inclusion, digital skills academy for girls. We work specifically on bridging the digital gender divide and breaking the diversity and inclusion skills gap, both in South Africa and internationally. I also wear a second hat as the United Nations Youth Internet Governance Coordinator, and we've been working towards creating greater capacity development programs for youth and internet governance around the world. We've got offices in all the different regions of the United Nations internet governance platforms, and are working currently towards organizing the Internet Governance Forum, which will be taking place in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa, from the 29th of November to the 4th of December. It's a really exciting time, and also this will be the very first time that there will be a separate track, separate events, separate side events, and a completely separate immersion specifically for youth and internet governance. And I'm really excited to have been one of the architects towards the infrastructure of this development. We'll be also having a global youth internet governance forum, which will take place at the UNIGF in Addis Ababa and online. I urge all participants in this forum to please join us, please join hands with us in cooperation and collaboration, and towards breaking the digital divide and creating greater access for youth within internet governance structures, education, policy development, capacity development, and also towards creating a generational handover of the internet governance of global issues, and working together towards solving the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union Agenda for 2063. So I'm really excited to be a part of this topic, particularly because issues of youth and internet governance are close to my heart and have been pertinent to my work for a number of years. I've been organizing trainings for youth on the history of the internet and internet governance for 6+ years, and specifically working towards creating greater digital access and breaking barriers for youth in internet governance. So as well as that, I also work on, sit on the board of the Internet Society of South Africa, doing some secretariat work and mentorship from that perspective. Further than that, I can include my works with the ICANN, with the greater UN community and the greater IGF community. So I'm really excited to be here because both the work in digital skills as well as the work in internet governance are really critical towards creating infrastructure that's actually going to not only be cooperative, but be co-developatory, and actually be able to invest in the future of the next generation. So I'm really excited, Chair, and thank you for hosting.
Yeah, so today's first session is Digital Skills Gap Threatens Innovation, and we are about to start I'd like to encourage all of you to put down your questions on paper or something, or to just remember them, because we're going to open for a question and answer session at the end. So right now we're going to engage with the panelists regarding the topic. And the purpose of this session is to interrogate how institutions of learning adapt their curricula to address the widening digital skills gap and rapidly changing workforce. Like I said, people look at internet governance as this big word where sometimes you just don't understand what you mean by internet governance, but try to break it down. But I'll start with a question to Mr. Ramitra. For the sake of our delegates, can you please just explain what the digital skills gap is and how it's linked to innovation?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I'm calling you Chair because you're chairing this. Maybe the moderator, I should call you that, but thank you so much. So in terms of defining the digital skills gap, or what is this that we are talking about? This has to do with the two sides of the coin, if I simplify it. And the one side is the supply side of the skills, and the other side is the demand side for the skills. So in the supply side of the skills, you have your learning institutions, and as well as probably work-based learning, like in the workplace where people learn, and other forms of learning, self-led learning, which could be driven, which has grown quite a lot since the pandemic, where people can go online and register for courses and be on their own until they complete. So it's all that supply side mechanisms that we have. But we know that in the country, in South Africa, the main drivers of the supply side are, of course, our post-schooling institutions, which are your universities, the TVET colleges, the community colleges out there, and the private players or private training providers that are out there. And on the demand side, of course, it's the industry where you have, various industries, be it construction industry, the ICT industry, banking, insurance, and so forth. And within those industries, there are employers. But other than employers, there's entrepreneurship as well, emerging opportunities, entrepreneurial opportunities. So all these demand specific sets of skills at a particular time. And one thing about this is that this is a very dynamic thing that happens. It changes all the time. And therefore, these changes are creating a situation where there can be a gap between what is supplied and what is being demanded. And that creates a problem of around the people who get produced from the supply side if they are not relevant, or if the curriculum is not relevant, or the interventions themselves. And therefore, it's critical that the two sides kind of work together or have a link of some sort. And in the South African context, the sad thing or the sad reality is that that is not the case. We still are grappling, and it's been many years. We do know that every SETA, we have MICT SETA here, produces what we call the sector skills plan. I don't know how many of you know about this. It analyzes, so every sector produces that sector skills plan that analyzes the skills gaps, from the supply side and the demand side, and trying to come up with critical lists of critical skills or scarce skills to close the gaps. But I don't think that that's enough. We still need to do more. Thank you.
So to innovate means to make changes to something established, especially by introducing new methods, ideas, or products. So it means to introduce something or to improve. So now I want us to understand the link between innovation and the digital skills gap. Can you please just explain that to me? Yes, Mr. Thabang.
Thank you very much, Chair, Facilitator. Sorry, we tend to get confused whether we're in a meeting or, yeah. Just before I answer your question, I really need to highlight the important concept that creates this gap this gap is all about alignment, whether the institution which are tasked to upskill our youth or the people who are part or registered in those institutions, the curricula, is it aligned to what industry wants? So we, this morning, my colleague, Ms. Kaga, actually asked me, is the issue about skills, is the issue about the skills gap or unemployment? I said, well, it's a mixture of both, but the element is that there's a skills gap because what is offered at university level is not what we as the industry want, basically. So then that then creates a gap where what the institutions of higher learning are actually creating are redundant in industry. We can't utilize those people to feed into the needs of what we need as industry. So you've asked a very important question, the innovation aspect of it. There's an inextricable link between skills and innovation. So innovation is about creating solutions to existing problems, or at least in this case, a new revolution, basically. So we understand that the fourth industrial revolution is a very new concept, basically. It brings together or brings forward new technological advancements, which would require new people with skills to feed into those demands that we might need in the fourth industrial revolution. Let me just give you an example. Let me just give you a simple example. For one to be able to be a specialist in AI, or at least roll out the AI program, we would need AI specialists. For one to, roll out a machine learning, for example, program, we would need technical experts who would actually be able to program these machines to do what humans normally do, basically. So there's quite a link between the two, where you cannot innovate something if you don't have the skill for it. How do you expect to provide solutions for 4IR, or at least, or how do you expect to be a 4IR expert when you don't have the skills of being a machine learning expert or rolling out a machine learning program? So there's a very close link between the two. And what we are getting in these institutions is not what the industry wants, which creates this well, at least this gap that exists basically in terms of skills, because we as industry need certain skills to feed into our needs. And then these needs would require obviously some innovative solutions to address these specific needs. So this is where the link between the two is very important. And you would really obviously require skills to be able to provide relevant, innovative ideas and solutions to those needs that we experience, at least, or that we need in industry. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So just a question, by a show of hands, who's studying anything IT related? Okay, so we've got, sure, I think around 4 people. And then anything to do with science? Just by a show of hands. Besides IT, if you raised your hand the first time, just science.
The question is which science? Anything?
Yes, anything related to science. Anything? Okay, thank you. I think we'll go back to that one as the topic actually goes forward, but then it was something that I was interested in, just to know if we do have IT people. So yeah, because it includes everyone, but then the IT one just struck my interest as Mr. Mkuma was saying something. So we'll go on to the next question, where it's posed to Ms. Mia, where I'm asking if she thinks the education sector is doing enough to prepare students to step into a new world where artificial intelligence, automotive, and big data analytics are transforming how we live and work. Ms. Mia?
Thank you so much for the floor. I'm going to start off this answer with a quote from Nelson Mandela, the late president of South Africa, who said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." And indeed, the right to education is a basic human right, and it's recognized by Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as well as reaffirmed in numerous other international treaties, and is definitely not limited to the parameters of any independent territories, right? So that one is an absolute and is being charted for the rights and welfare of children within South Africa, and internationally. In South Africa, particularly, the right to education is enshrined in Section 29 of the South African Constitution. So with that understood, that the right to education is indeed a legal human right, it's important to note that education and digital inclusion, both within South Africa and within the international context, are actually interlinked. Right, and the current problems pertaining to digital inclusion or exclusion within the educational context have three main causes, three main solutions, which would be to identify the main causes of the problem, as well as the responsibilities of the various parties who are responsible to solving that problem, and potential assessors, right? So Mr. Ramitra, the CEO of NAMISA, has already mentioned that there is a supply and demand, and there are various parties that have different roles to play, primary, secondary, and tertiary phase institutions, who are responsible for adapting digital infrastructure and creating digitally inclusive processes within their learning curricula. But not only that, they have a responsibility to lead that educational right. Then we have the NGO sectors, and NGOs are critical to sustainable development and facilitate a large portion of the holistic and community-based education that is provided at both a community level as well as within the political and economic subsectors of the economy. So simultaneously that NGOs exist, there's also a growing number of research and study that is coming out from NGOs. And so there is this changing characteristic in digital inclusion that is research-based and provides both qualitative and quantitative evidence. So NGOs have a particular role to play in sustainable development and in furthering education and breaking the digital divide and digital inclusivity by actually creating a non-profiting distribution mechanism towards creating a greater community, but not only that, towards breaking the barrier to digital inclusion. So I just want to note that. And then secondly, there's a greater industry, right? So industry's role is not only as the demand, but industry has a responsibility through their profit-making mechanisms to ensure that they're able to provide a capacity method towards reinstilling investment into the education of students and of the greater South African population, as well as to ensuring that there is going to be not only access to the internet, access to digital education, access to digital skills, access to inclusivity, pre-industry level, whether at primary, secondary, or tertiary education, but that once these individuals are able to access industry level jobs, that they're able to capacity build within the settings that they find themselves in the employment context, to be able to have digitally inclusive, equitable, equal rights and responsibilities on the task, and are able to build towards that capacity, whether it's within artificial intelligence framework, whether it's within a machine learning framework, or any other applied technology, whether it's Internet of Things, whether it's, whichever inclusive technology may form. But it also becomes our responsibility to ensure, as educators, and I'm going to talk about my work that I do at Girl Hype, which is renamed African Girls Code. and that we've been working for a number of years, bridging the digital divide, especially the gender digital divide. So as I mentioned earlier, there are a number of tangible causes that become our priority topics towards why there is a digital skills gap, or why there is a need for greater inclusive digital education, right? And we've been working with gender and to bridge the digital divide with a primary focus on goals. That's both in implementation as well as towards advising on policy and laws that ensure not only the recognition of the gender skills gap, but also to ensure that learners have access to education, that learners have access to the internet and are able to conduct learning mechanisms, whether within the pandemic, as we've just gone through, or within a post-pandemic situation, which is where we find ourselves now, leading to not only a new normal, but actually towards creating infrastructure to where the world is going to be. We are in a fourth industrial revolution, and we're leading towards the use of Web 3.0. So with that, there's a unilateral need for a commitment and a respect for community and recognition of the circumstances that have led to the current educational parameters, but also to note that the root cause of much of this development has got to be our priority topic, that whether it's poor governance, whether it's lack of policy, whether it's lack of leadership, whether it's an abuse of community interest or community uninterest, a commitment needs to be made towards resources and funding, and actually ensuring that not only are the skills organization given the opportunities to create advocacy, activism, education, and demarginalization, but that we're able to move away from the capitalistic roots of our society that are intrinsically leading our society to think that internet, technology, IT, AI, cybersecurity, blockchain, that these are intrinsically either racialized, religion-based, resource-based, or any aptitude-based parameters of our society, because fundamentally they're not. And, including to create a digital inclusion and to create a greater access to education is to work towards the human rights of every individual. So whether it's private sector, internet service providers, whether they are lobby groups, citizens, activists, NGOs, whether it's the formalized schooling systems, early childhood development centers, primary schools, the occupational therapy, high school teachers, high school institutions, universities, TVET colleges, post-school leavers programs, internship providers, we've got to note that there needs to be a liberation of the painful past that South Africa has experienced and look towards how we can learn from the lessons that previous generations have encountered in their struggle, which is now our struggle, and how can we systematically and inclusively hand over the baton to the next generation to ensure that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past, but to ensure that we are actually staying up to date with the international education mechanisms, that we're able to present an intervention that is a solution to the problem, right? Whether that solution is presented through the mechanism of workshops, hackathons, activations, programs, promotions, whether it's online learning curriculum, whether it is NQF 4, 5, 6, 7 certification programs, whether it's CETA certification programs, but to make sure that government institutions and SEOs are collaborative in creating an environment where learning towards digital inclusion is both funded, but also supported by their internal mechanisms and structures. So, just from that perspective, there is absolutely a great need for us to include the state as well as state-owned enterprises. But the leadership has got to be coming from that. higher education and investment into education has been greatly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and responses. So for us, using technology to support learning, teaching, and collaboration is so, so important. These activities are so simple to do, but they do need support and funding from industry, and support doesn't always need money. Sometimes support is to send a speaker. Sometimes support is to create empowerment programs, which is just changing mindsets, changing lives, and bridging gaps for communities. That's all we need. And that's essentially what we should be working for. And whether that's in terms of creating or supporting, but there needs to be a greater understanding of the fact that digital inclusion is focused on leveraging technology in support of teaching and learning, but not only that as a tool in today's increasing world, digital empowerment is critical and key to creating the next generation of jobs, right? I think the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated the fourth industrial revolution that was taking place, but jobs such as project managers, training, support services, client support, these jobs have all intrinsically gone online, and the jobs that are coming are not even yet created. So based on that framework, it's extremely important that we are able to understand the parameter of the technology, as well as the responsibility that we have to subscribe and actually take digital inclusion in South Africa to communities, and make sure that within the sort of greater digital inclusion conversation, we're talking about accessibility, affordability, ability, aptitude, and against all odds that we're talking of digital inclusion as the empowerment of individuals and societies to effectively use ICT to enable them to contribute and benefit in today's digitized economies and societies. It's crucial to create equitable, sustainable development for South Africa. And technology education is the key to unlocking the potential of our next generation. I know that, at this point, we have a great number of difficulties. So there is a State of ICT report that was released by ICASA. And over this report, you can find the link online, the State of ICT report. It's a brilliant read, which gives a great scope in terms of the understanding of the current ICT landscape infrastructure in South Africa and what the information communication, telecommunications industry currently looks like. So in this report, I just want to make reference to it. It's that at this current moment, there's just a little over 2 million homes in South Africa that have a fixed broadband access, right? And then if we take those 2 million homes, we're going to bring it down to 600,000.
Miss Mia, you're answering my questions before I even ask them. Because you answered everything that's on here. Sorry to cut you short. Okay, but we actually pressed for time because I was given a certain time. But then, so the question was that, please tell us if you think at the moment, our nation, our education sector is doing enough to bridge the digital skills gap. So if you were to give me a yes or no answer, would you say we are actually doing enough to bridge the digital skills gap or not?
Okay, so I think I've given you a landscape analysis. And so without being too much of a politician, let me answer your question. So within the framework of what I've just said, it's really important to note the need for digital cooperation amongst the various bodies, amongst the stakeholder groups, amongst the institutions presented that are working towards youth education and next gen transformation within the ICT sector and generally in education in South Africa. So I definitely think that the education sector is doing as much as it is able to do, but it's not not up to just the formal education sector. And we do need to leverage on the various opportunities that are presented by the civil society, activist advocate groups, NGOs, as well as by the government institutions, state-owned enterprises, private sector. It's going to take a collaborative effort to be able to create the kind of digital inclusive education that is required. And it takes support. So I don't want to blame anyone and say yes or no, almost in that framework. What I do want to say is it's an inclusive activity and it takes a great deal of cooperation. And so here we're going to have to put forward the principle of Ubuntu and work together for unity for South Africa if we want to achieve digital inclusion in education.
So the next question was actually to Mr. Ngo, and I think you have answered that, but I'm not too sure if he has a different view on that. Because now the question was, how can we encourage continuous learning and upskill to meet the changes needed by the workforce? That's my question to Mr. Ngo. Can we please keep it a bit short? Because I think now we are pressed for time.
Can you repeat?
So the question is that how can we encourage continuous learning and upskill to meet the changes needed by the workforce? And Ms. Mia had answered that question where she was talking about a collaborative approach. So I want to see if you agree with.
Yes, indeed. I am in concurrence with her. It would indeed require a multi-stakeholder approach where universities, government, as well as industry collaborate and actually align, as I indicated before, align the curricula to feed in what the industry actually needs. So I actually do agree with that. Just briefly, in fact, we at the MICT-CETA, when we develop our qualifications, obviously our mandate is to develop skills in our sector. So when we develop 4IR related qualifications, we call in subject matter experts who would come from academia to give their contributions, also from government, but also from industry, so that whatever we upskill or produce in terms of the qualifications and skills program that we roll out, they need to be relevant and not redundant when people just graduate and then go into industry. So indeed, it would require multi-sectorial and multi-stakeholder approach. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next question is actually to Mr. Ramitra. It's actually my favorite question. So being from civil society, I have to ask that how do we enter and prepare for the digital age when, according to macro trends, 56.9% of our population is living in poverty? So by this, what we mean is that they cannot afford their basic needs. They cannot afford things like food. So how do we even enter and prepare for that type of education, prepare for that type of growth when we can't even meet day-to-day needs? This question is to Mr. Ramitra.
Thank you very much. It's quite a complex question that you're asking, and it's based on the complexity of the problem that we have of high levels of poverty, unemployment in the country, and that people may not necessarily afford, to access this education or the skills, as it may be said. So my thinking is that there has to be enough effort on a collaborative basis that makes this training available for free, okay? And that there be enough advocacy to make people aware that this education is available, okay? And also that we build support mechanisms for the learners that go into that education to be able to succeed, like that we set them up to succeed. I can give you an example. NEMISA has been established, as I indicated, to drive digital skills. And what we've done to address that kind of a problem is that we collaborate with universities. We have about 9 universities, including University of Limpopo, by the way. We have a collab at the University of Limpopo. So we have what we call collabs at all that, and we now going into TVET colleges. So how we do that, we have also developed a learning management system. It has got courses and they are available for free. We have made this platform, you can learn online. So what I can say is that the LMS itself, if you have to learn online, is 0 rated, so that you don't have to. But we've also come across other challenges like gadgets, because when you provide digital skills, people need to apply themselves as well, like use the gadget to experience it. And we've come across such challenges, and we are working on what we call pop-up labs, which will go into rural areas as well, to so that people can access this education. Apart from that, we've made it possible that they can access it from their phones as well, as many people have phones at least. But also we're working with various public areas to enable young people to access those places, like NYDA offices or CEDA centers. We're working with the likes of Moses Kotane Institute. We will be working with TVET colleges and other innovation hubs across the country for young people to be able to access this education. So I believe it should be made to be free, and that it be easily accessible, and that there be support mechanisms for learners. Thank you.
So the next question is to Mr. Mkuma. So we can't ignore the issues that we currently have. And besides the one of poverty, the other one is the high unemployment rate. So we are saying there's a digital skills gap. So if we bridge that gap where people are getting skilled, is it going to solve the high unemployment rate in our country?
Most definitely. This is what I believe in. So just to give you practical examples, basically, and just not give you theoretical explanations. What we do, at least at the MICT CETA, the 4IR division was created specifically to address the skills gap that exists in the 4IR field, at least. So what we do is we make sure that we create opportunities or give access to opportunities where we can upskill both those who are at university level, those who are in TVET college, but those who did not get an opportunity to further their education through short programs, basically. So we have short programs that address these general purpose technologies, such as 3D printing, AI, robotics, and coding. So these programs aim to address these 4IR, or at least the gap in these 4IR skills, basically. So what we do after those programs is we encourage them to then go the entrepreneurial routes, because there's not much players in this game, because 4IR is fairly a new concept, basically. But at a TVET college, level, we look at the technical or ways of enhancing the technical capacity of those learners who are at TVET colleges, because we understand those are the very institutions that deal or prioritize the technical element or upskilling their technical capability. But at a university level, while we understand that research forms part of a very important part of the 4IR decision-making, we then fund research chairs. We have what we call research chairs, basically. So we fund projects that are related to 4IR research, but also our research chairs kind of take a different approach to normal research chairs. And this is where this topic actually comes in. So normally we understand, especially at postgrad level, that researchers are well, at least what they do is produce papers, but who implements those papers or those recommendations in those papers? There's a gap. Nobody, well, not everybody actually implements. So what we do through our research shares and partnerships with the various universities is that we give students, or the students that we fund through our research shares, an element where they can be able to innovate, come up with solutions, community-based solutions, or solutions that would need, obviously, that may arise from their communities, but also offer an opportunity for them to give service to the industry as well. So you might be conducting research on cybersecurity, basically, and then you can then get people, because you understand that the fast growing technological advancement pose such things as cyber attacks. So there's a need for cybersecurity defenders. So that would give them to come up with innovative ways of how they can actually curb these cyber attacks. So, and these are some of the things that are needed in industry. So it also feeds into the service elements where industry now needs these cybersecurity defenders. So it's an approach that we've taken, and we believe that these programs that are rolled out both at university level, TVET college level, and those who did not get the opportunity to further their education and training, they can also go into the roots and address some of the skills shortages or gaps that exist basically through our 4IR programs. But also, this is not only related to 4IR, but also other than media and ICT spaces as well. So I believe, yes, indeed, we can close through these skills development initiatives, that we can close this unemployment gap, because the reason why we find, or at least one of the reasons we find ourselves with a high unemployment rate, is because we are producing a huge number of graduates who aren't relevant to what industry actually wants or what industry needs, basically. So yes, I believe so, just to answer your question shortly.
Okay, so I'll be posing the last two questions, but then this one is to Ms. Mia. Can you actually comment on what Mr. Mkuma just said, where he said, yes, digital training people in digital skills will be bridging the unemployment rate gap. So with digital skills, do you think it's something that we need as South Africa, where we still have issues with training people in agriculture and all these other industries? Do you think we are ready for the digital era, and that we actually do need this training, and that it would actually solve our issues as a nation?
Okay.
This question is to Ms. Mia.
Oh. Hi, I seem to be echoing somewhere. Just let me know.
Continue, it was my problem. I was speaking over you.
Okay, so just in terms of this particular question, the first topic that comes to my mind is the future of work, right? And what does it mean to future-proof the future of work and the future of education in technology? And the first reference I'm going to make is to the article by McKinsey and Company, which is actually titled "The Future of Work After 2019." And I've read this particular document before, which is specifically talking about bridging the gap in the in work practice. So I've put the article up here, and I'm just going to quote from it, which says, "The pandemic accelerated existing trends in remote work, e-commerce and automation, with up to 25% more workers than previously estimated potentially needing to switch occupations," close quote. And that's by McKinsey. And so I just want to talk about the future of education and Edtech, as well as specifically how the education that what we're talking about now in terms of educational technology and creating digital skills has been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and what that means. But greater than that, what it overall means in the future of work and the future of educational technology, right? So there are a whole lot of reports that you can get up online about this topic. Firstly, PwC, McKinsey, Alan Gray, all the research-based companies have done a lot of inquiry into it. But as the pandemic came, millions of people around the world lost their jobs and were suddenly left without their formal employment or formal form of income. That was just the short-term consequence of what it meant for a pandemic to come. And working from home had become the new solution. But that doesn't mean that every individual individual is able to access an income and build a life working from home, because firstly, there's access to the internet, there's online access, digital infrastructure, and ICT is not at the scale that it should be. Not only that, the assumption is that the individuals we're talking about are in urban or peri-urban communities, which is not necessarily true. We've still got the rural areas, we've still got informal population sectors, and these statistics of people were completely left isolated and without resources. Mobile services are expensive, internet lines are expensive and not necessarily available in every single area as of yet. We have prepaid mobile services, but they're not actually able to provide the kinds of day-to-day coverage, national population coverage metrics that we actually need. Affordability and access become huge disparages. Black economic empowerment is greatly under threat, severely under threat. And we're also talking about a situation where the nature of work itself has completely changed, and it's time to pivot. It's a pandemic, we're moving out of it, but it is time to pivot. And the workforce of the future is so critical to look at and understand how that workforce translates to the education that we should be providing now. Okay. And that the work that we're doing now in transforming our society through education has got to be in line and concurrent with the future that is coming.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mia. With that being said, that it's time to pivot, we'll be opening up for question and answers. So if you have any questions to our panelists from the audience, please, can you please raise your hands now with everything that's being said? I'll take the first one. I think I'll be moving from right to left, actually. So we'll also be taking online questions. So first, we're going to start with in the audience from our delegates from right to left, and then we'll also be taking online questions. So you can pose your first question.
Talking about the fourth industrial revolution, I want to know, how do you get to deal with the innovations that threatens the employment rate, since I hear that it can be a solution to employment rate. But now, as for example, recently, I just saw drones that were innovated to harvest fruits. So looking at the drones, the positive side is that they can work 24 hours, right, harvesting fruit. But also, the threat they pose to the employment rate. I want to know, how do you come to deal with that in the industry?
Thank you. I'm going to take, I think, 5 questions, and then I'll ask our panelists to answer. So can I take the second one?
Thank you. I have 2 questions. I think the first one, it also has a comment. We are saying that we are consulting when we create curriculum, and one of the biggest questions that I have is how long does it take for you to consult? Because you see, it can take 2-3 years to do consultation, and it takes you another 2 years to implement. By the time the curriculum is being implemented, it's phased out, it's irrelevant. And this is the issue that we are currently having. The current qualifications that we are doing, the 4 years, 5 years, if you are to do the assessment, you will notice that most of the people who are actually employed, especially in the ICT sector, they don't have the 4 years, 5 years qualification. And you can do your own assessment, you'll see. And it is because what they've studied is irrelevant. And someone comes, has done 6 months qualification. That qualification was formulated 2 years before they started to enroll for it. It is relevant. And it is something that is very, very important. If we don't pay attention to that, that is one of our biggest downfall. I happen to be in the ICT media space for several years. There was a time where I used to work. When we do interviews, and I'm just making this as a comment because this is a very serious thing, especially when it comes to our students. Most of our technical oriented students, they struggle to express themselves in terms of communication, because what they are good at, it's dealing with problems that are brought before them. And what we ended up doing was our interviews were no longer verbal.
Sorry to interrupt there. It's Trevor.
Go on, we listening. Hitler wants to respond to the question.
Then you will come in. We ended up ensuring that our interviews are problem-based. We give you a problem, you solve it. We know that at least you have got an idea of how to deal with the problem. And I think those are the issues that we need to look at in terms of us as the employer and as well as the stakeholders, in terms of what kind of assistance do we offer in terms of those students who are qualified in particular field, especially those that don't have experience, because you will need to hear them. And most of the time, expression becomes a huge challenge. And I think that is something that we need to actually consider when we also develop curriculum. We add the issues of soft skills, because I think that is one of the biggest challenges. Thanks.
I think I'll give it to Mr. Ramedla at the end. Can we take the next question so that we can take the 5?
We have a question online. Let's not so the question is, as we are complementing the government efforts of fight against online child abuse and cybercrime in South Africa, what assistance can we get from government as an NGO? And also, how can we collaborate to regulate the behavior of children in the cyberspace?
Okay, I think that one will go to Mr. Mkumedi. Question there. That was the last hand I saw, I think. Yeah. Can we take that question? Can you just say the question shortly?
I don't think it will be short, but I'll try to make it short. Okay, Sharp. Myself, I'm a scientist, and I'm curious in terms of actually connecting our own Black people in our rural areas to the world in terms of business. How so? To write a website. We see in our communities, we live with those animals which we eat. Some, when we were growing up, we were beating them. So want to understand, or how can the government help us to have funds? Because they say if you have land, they can have funds. You can actually make collaborations with big companies so that they can actually fund the land of our forefathers and our grannies. We see the lands there, they told us that is mashuping, they're not using it. So how can actually, like a person like myself, create a team, then we write a website where we know that this website is going to help us have funds and also teach our own students there
at the communities, at the rural areas, so that they can understand or agricultural is something which is important in terms of food security, because the COVID-19 showed us that if they can close ShopRite, we don't have food. We are going to struggle as a Black people. I'm not racist, but I see that a lot of people who are Black are suffering in our rural area, in our own rural areas. And in terms of water, the machines are there, but we can't afford to buy those machines. But if we have the land, the government can give us money so that we can implement those things. We have the skills. Even we go online to teach ourselves, but we can't express our skills because as a Black child, we are told to actually come to the institute and then you live to the city. What about the people at our own rural areas? We want to start developing our own cities in the rural areas. So how can you please help us to bring that alive in terms of web? How can we make sure that these ideas are not being stolen by other cadres from the international and implement them for us? We want to implement those things. We want to be entrepreneurs. We don't want jobs, but we want to be the own boss of our own. Actually, I will call them cities because we are on the process of making our own rural areas to be cities.
Your question, I think we're gonna start with your question. If there's anyone who is ready to answer, if we can get only one panelist per question instead of all three. So this one, is there anyone? Mr. Ramitlo, Ms. Mia, or Mr. Mkuma, something very short, please. We are pressed for time.
Hi, so I can answer the first question. Is that, yeah, okay. So just in terms of the first question, it's about moving towards a more innovative solutions-based approach, where it's not about preventing the technology revolution, but about ensuring that we are, as a population, at all segments of our population, ready for that automation, that we're ready for that new age future technology, right? So what does that mean? If we no longer need a population of 300 people to come to work for 5 hours each day to pick fruits in order for us to reach our harvest, we're able to use and leverage on that same population in a different way. And I think a large part of what we need to do is to break away from the legacy of what people are capable of, what different population groups are capable of, and the types of work that they're expected to perform, and actually start to future ready our entire population and get everyone to be aware of how the future is actually going to be technology-led, the use and rise of digital platforms and technology for sustainability. So it's about empowerment. It's about creating a personalization of use so that we can actually get to that innovation solution. So that's just that's exactly, it's at that innovations point that we need to break off. So it's not about saying, okay, this technology is threatening us, but about saying, okay, this technology is making our future better. We're able to harvest fruit for 24 hours, which is tripling what we were doing before. And how can we leverage on this? And how can we help our population?
Yes, I think we got the answer, which is that we need to be future ready and innovate. Are you answered? The first question. Okay. Another one from my side is also that we need to explore entrepreneurship. Like our last question was posed that they want to start their own businesses. And I'll move on to the next question, which
sorry, Chair, can I also just put in an input in terms of maybe he would be satisfied with the response. Not to say that my response is more better, but what I'm just trying to say is that the fourth industrial revolution, in as much as it poses a threat to employment, it also at the same time presents more employment opportunities. For example, you made a very good example, the drone piloting, where farmers, or at least agrarian people, use drones to monitor their crops and so forth. You would understand that those drones need pilots. That's one. So it creates an employment opportunity in terms of getting more drone pilots, because not everybody's going to report to work every day. So you would need at least have 2 or 3 drone pilots who will be piloting those drones. But 2, there's another employment opportunity that's created in that field as well. Because when these drones, I mean, this is technology, they are bound to get broken at some stage. So who fixes those drones? Basically, it creates an opportunity where we are now creating opportunity of getting drone technicians, basically. Do you understand? So it does create some sort of element of opportunities, in as much as it does pose a threat. But I believe there's more opportunities than a threat, because we need to upskill ourselves. We need to at least upskill ourselves to be relevant to these future skills, because we will be redundant. So I really believe it's very important in that aspect, so that we see the opportunities that arise from these technological disruptions.
Next question, I think Mr. Ramitlo wanted to answer this one, where it's that consulting takes 5 years, and actually creating the curriculum, because consulting takes 3 years, and then 2 years for creating it. By the time it's complete, you find that it's redundant. So Mr. Ramitlo, can you answer that? I think he dropped off.
Can I?
Yes, you can.
Sorry. So I'm just going to answer you from our point of view, not to give a general view, because it differs per institution, basically. So what we do is, especially in the development of 4IR qualifications, we set a sort of, at least we can develop a qualification within a year. And that consultation is more of a participation. Do you understand? It's not as if we were, well, not to put it out in a bad sense or a bad appetite. What I'm trying to say is that we do consider their recommendations, basically. But the stalling process is not something that will stop us from the process, basically. So if we've set a project plan of developing a qualification within 1 year, it will happen within 1 year. Obviously, we would need to consult those various stakeholders to take in whatever contributions that they have, but also to, if we don't meet common ground, we obviously then need to have those conversations. But in our sense, based on our experience, it does not take more than a month, because we always highlight the importance that we are trying to develop a qualification here, which would benefit our young people as well, which will help us to be relevant in terms of future skills. So if you normally emphasize that fact, it might not take a lengthy process in that. Sorry, can I just, the soft skill element is very important, because you get technical people who can't necessarily express themselves. So what we've done in our programs is we've made sure that indeed soft skills communication is part and parcel of the modules, basically, where people are actually taught how to articulate certain concepts, because it doesn't help actually just training somebody on technical capability. And we said we are going the entrepreneurial route. These people are people who are expected to present business plans. If they can't do that, then they might not succeed or get the funding, whatever that they might need. Thank you.
Dialogue. That was quite a dialogue. We went thoroughly over time, but thank you for the rich information that you have shared with our audience and with us in the past, possibly hour. We are moving on to our next session, but before we move that, key takeaways from just this session. Entrepreneurship is the name of the game. Multi-sectorial, multi-stakeholder, what else? Having availability of infrastructure, gadgets, increasing efforts to ensure that the education programs that are being designed are available to everyone, regardless of affordability and where they are. I think that was a big takeaway for me. But I'd just like to thank my panel and my facilitator for a job well done. If you can help me give them a round of applause. They engaged us, and I think you guys are also engaged. But just moving on to our next session, I'll hand over to my co-pilot to take us.
Thank you so much. And without wasting any time, so our next panel discussion, it will be on the role of the country code top-level domain in the domain name system about policies. So without, before, who knows the domain, the CCTLDs? What are they?
So we are going to try and engage you guys. What are CCTLDs? I see our professors and our doctors are also in the room, right? Can I maybe ask your students to put up their hands? CCTLDs, country code top level domains. Google, can assist while our panel comes to the front. So Ntate Jerry, we would like to invite you to the front, Mr. Sipho Shangase, to the front. And I think some of our panel members are joining us online, but does anybody know what a CCTLD is?
Okay, I think the executive board member engaged so that they can understand that. Basically, the discussion is aimed to examine the proposals for enhancing the role of the CCTLDs in the DNS, the domain name system abuse policies that can be implemented. So please take notes so that you can understand what those CCTLDs mean and what are those. And we want to hear your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Good morning, still morning. And I think the CEO has observed the protocol. Thank you, sir. My name is Jerry Malika. I am excited to be selected as the eternal youth by the ZEDNA. And I'm very honored to be sitting here moderating on this very important topic around the role of the CCTLDs in the DNS abuse policies. A bit about myself, I have the privilege to serve as an executive member of the South African Registry Consortium. We are the registry operator for our second level domains, which is COSA, WEBZA, OGZA, and NETZA. Before I proceed, I would like to allow the real stars of this session, which are the panelists, to introduce themselves. I hope Odwa, Busi, and Bob have connected. Can we get confirmation that they are online? And next to me is my colleague from the ZACR, Sipho Shangase. So I'll let Sipho start whilst we connect the other colleagues.
I'd like to confirm we are connected.
Who's that?
That's Odwa.
Thanks, Odwa.
My name is Sipho Shangase. I'm an intern at the ZA Registry Consortium. Also another baby hair in the panel. Whilst I was sitting there checking out the talk, I was getting kind of anxious, and then I remembered the reason why I'm here and the excitement I had on my journey here from Gauteng. I'll let my talk be more educational than anything else.
Thanks, Sipho. Odwa, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Jerry. Or is it afternoon? The session was supposed to be in the morning. Morning to my fellow panelists and all our guests and our viewers who are joining us both at the venue and online. I apologize for not being at the venue today. I would have loved to be present. My name is Odom Chezu, and I'm currently the Senior Manager for Intellectual Property at MTN. So I'm truly honored to be part of this panel. Thanks.
For the unmute button. Bob, are you there?
Yes, indeed. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you very much. And really grateful to be invited to join you this afternoon. I believe it's afternoon now, your time. My name is Bob Ocheng. I work for ICANN as a Senior Manager for Stakeholder Engagement for Africa, and I'm based out of Nairobi. And I'm looking forward to this very incisive panel. So thank you very much.
Are you there?
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. This is Busisiwe Matosi. I'm the Compliance and Regulatory Officer for ZNAP. My approach will be similar to one of the panelists. It was very educational, and I look forward to having the discussion with those that are in the room and those that are online. Thank you.
This session's aim is to have a meaningful discussion around what CCTLD community in Africa specifically need to put in place the initiatives that will assist in prevention and mitigation of DNS abuse. What we'll do is we will give the panelists the opportunity to provide their insight around the key questions, and then we'll take questions at the end of each engagement. The topic in itself has got two keywords, which is abuse and policy. And the most important word that we're going to be dealing with is abuse. Yes. So the easiest word for me is policy, because I can Google policy and I'll get an answer from Google, right? Policy is systems of guidelines to guide decisions and achieve rational outcomes. That's as simple as, right? So according to the World Bank report, internet use has become ever pervasive. There are approximately 5 billion users globally, and it generates an economy of around 15% of the total world's GDP, and which translates to $15 trillion. Now, this rise has presented growth opportunities for both legitimate brands and cyber criminals, as well as make the internet an attractive channel for abuse. So without wasting time, I'm going to ask Sipho to give us a sort of an overview of what a CCTLD is and what is domain name system abuse. So over to you, Sipho.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Moving forward, I would like to establish a foreground for this presentation by defining the topic at hand in accordance with how the domain name ecosystem governing bodies perceive it. Along with that, I'll make use of real-world case studies as examples to assist me in elaborating the issue at hand further. So, what is abuse? Oh, okay, let me start here. A question was asked if any of y'all know what a domain is or what DNS is, and we didn't get any answers. So safe to assume that this is not common knowledge, so as to speak. To shine the light on that, DNS, domain name service, domain name service or domain name system. It is a system set in place to convert numerical IP addresses to human readable names. We all know that computers use ones and zeros to communicate, right? Especially over networks. And it is not realistic that one person would memorize all the IP addresses in the world to access certain resources online. These domain names were invented along with the DNS system to aid end users when it comes to accessing resources online, like doing a simple Google search, for example. That information you're trying to attain is sitting in a server somewhere else in the world that has a specific numerical IP address. You might not know it. That's where DNS will aid you, identifying that IP address of that server using a domain name that you know, and then you'll be able to pull resources using that. So to move further, one of the key points we're going to focus on is the DNS abuse. What is abuse? And is there a difference between domain name abuse and DNS abuse and domain name abuse? Yes, there is a difference between the two. So ICANN defines DNS as any malicious activity that is aimed at disrupting DNS infrastructure or causing DNS to operate in an unintended manner. A classic example of DNS abuse is when an external party hacks into your network to steal information, or simply because they want to see how vulnerable your system is. So do you have the necessary firewall and threat mitigation mechanisms set in place to prevent unlawful intrusion into your registry domain management system? Is a question every one of us, we should always be asking ourselves, especially those of us who have businesses and domain names to put your brand in online. Another example of DNS abuse relates to malware, botnets, phishing, pharming, and most common of all, spam. I will elaborate further on these issues as we move on. So domain name abuse takes place when a person registers a domain with an unlawful intent. For example, a person could register a domain to commit fraud or to violate a registrant registered under unregistered intellectual property. And this happens very often. We all know, for example, that .gov.za domain names are reserved purely for government departments. For example, health.gov.za and other government departments.gov.za. So criminals have become quite creative in giving the impression that they are associated with the government department and the registry, and regulators' offices have come across variations of government-based domain names. So these activities are aimed at perpetrating tender scams and causing monetary harm, and by directing innocent parties to illegitimate domains, domain name websites. Another type of domain name abuse relates to infringement of someone else's intellectual property right. For example, absa.co.za is a bank's legitimate website, and variations that may lead to fraudulent activities include absa with the za.co.za or ab-sa ab-sa.co.za. If ever a person would come along and register those kind of domains, they would be infringing the intellectual properties of absa.co.za. So you will notice that they are very similar. The example domains that I just mentioned, they are very similar and can easily mislead unsuspecting customers into believing that they are dealing with absa.co.za. This is what we call typo squatting. So other forms of domain name abuse takes place when you add a word to the domain name to confuse customers, such as, for example, brand.co.za versus brand-us or -sa.co.za. You can also register a domain in different jurisdictions or top-level ecosystems, such as brand.co.za versus brand.com, so as to internationalize it. To pull up a certain case study, there's something I like pondering upon when it comes to I did this to prepare for this talk. I came across a case study online. Absa, for example, I keep on making this example because it is the bank that we know most here in South Africa. Absa.co.za is a domain name already owned by Absa, and they're using it to host their official website. Not so long ago, absa.com was registered. Absa.com, that's an international domain. Was registered, and then the official website of Absa was mimicked, that's all. So what were to happen in this case? If ever you were banking with Absa, you were trying to access your online banking systems, you find yourself landing on this mimicked web page online using absa.com, thinking it's absa.co.za, which is the official website. They can capture your banking details, they can capture your login details to your banking platform and stuff like that. So why is this discussion important for CCTLDs or country code?
Thanks. Let's not go into the why first. Let's hear from other colleagues if they have a different take in as far as, and I know from an ICANN perspective, there has been a lot of discussion around what constitutes abuse. And ICANN has been battling in defining exactly what DNS or domain name abuse is. Bob, can you give us your insights on this one?
Sorry, I was on mute. So thank you very much for that question. And I think that background sort of, set a very good pace into the challenge of abuse. But I think now I would want to be, very pointed in the question itself. So it is a struggle. At ICANN, there is a lot of discussion on what abuse is or what constitutes DNS abuse. And now we already know what DNS is all about. To date, I can confirm that at ICANN level, there is no agreed globally accepted definition about abuse. But what we do have are two components. We have DNS abuse and DNS misuse. And this is the general category. So in terms of DNS abuse, you're talking about things like cybercrime, hacking, or malicious conduct. And then DNS misuse is activity that threatens the DNS Okay, so for example, data corruption, denial of service, or privacy intrusion. So I just wanted to highlight that we today have two flavors of this. It is either DNS abuse or DNS misuse. So the two are not the same. And the way that they're dealt with is also a little bit different. So categories of DNS abuse are largely 5: phishing, malware, botnet command and control, spam, or farming. That is PHAR, so farming, which means redirection of of unknowing users to fraudulent sites or services, typically through DNS hijacking or poisoning. While on the other hand, DNS misuse is targeting or threatening the DNS infrastructure itself. So I think we can go into the more technical details of this, but that is the two categories that I wanted us to point out: DNS abuse and DNS misuse. And we're saying that DNS abuse is largely the following 5: phishing, malware, botnet command and control, spam, or farming. Back to you, and thank you very much.
Bob, this abuse is driven by certain factors. From your perspective, Odwa, could you give us what you think drives abuse? Thank you.
Sure. Sure, Jerry. Thank you for the opportunity. I think if we are to be blunt as to what drives the abuse, is purely the economic rewards that are accompanied by it. Because if you look at, I'm dealing currently trying to get a domain. And you'd find that there's investment companies, I'm talking about companies with a lot of money that register domain names with the sole intent of selling them to the end user. So for example, a company with a lot of resources will register thousands of domain names and then hold them and renew them each year. And then when you then want to use those domain names at a later stage, then you'll have to pay money. Also with the DNS abuse, for example, we've seen in South Africa, I'm sure all of us have received an SMS from either your bank or from the credit bureau telling you that your information might have been compromised. So what happens is that in those circumstances, you see these actors, then they would attack the systems or invade the systems of these reputable companies and then lock out the users. And in order for the company to gain access to its own information, they would need to pay a certain amount or ransom fee to these actors. So to put it bluntly, I mean, the motive and the driving factor is purely economic. You will get those few cases where a person or an individual has a grudge against a certain company. Just to bring it back home, and make it a bit more practical for our listeners. In South Africa, I just researched, what has been the most expensive domain names in South Africa. So for example, property.co.za, it was sold for 4.3 million rand. So someone registered property.co.za knowing that it would be valuable, and they scored 4 million rand. And to acquire and maintain that the domain, they probably paid less than 5,000 rand. Homeloans.co.za was sold for 3 million rand. Insurance.co.za was sold for 1.25 million rand. Jobs.co.za was sold for R1 million, and Finance.co.za was sold for 871,000 rand. So Jerry, I think the figures that I've quoted, will bring the topic back home as to what is the motive behind these types of acts and these types of abuse. I think that's something that I would like to for us, especially my counterparts from ZDNA and ITAN, that's something that we really need to look into as an industry, is how we define abuse. Currently how we define abuse is, it doesn't go far enough, because, selling domains currently, it's a gray area when it comes to the space. Thank you.
There is talk from different quarters that says DNS abuse is not really a problem and it's receding. Why then are we organizing and trying to do something about it? Why is DNS abuse an important topic? Busi, could you give us your insights on this?
Thank you, Chair. DNS abuse is important, particularly for a number of reasons. The first reason being that, one, there's an issue around child safety. By children being online, we have a lot of teenagers, young children, using the online platforms and resources that are available to them, either for the good or for the bad. And the second part of DNS abuse is also around the issues of businesses that have domain names, where you find businesses with email addresses. You also have businesses with websites where they showcase their goods and services. So with these two aspects, not to mention other ones, you will find that what we have also, because we understand the importance of DNS abuse, and that is through our mandate at ZDNA, you will see that in South Africa, apart from what my other panelists have spoken about, DNS abuse is very directed to businesses, mostly when you look at our regulations, which emphasizes the importance of online safety, not only for children, but also for businesses. Apart from the regulations that we have as well that emphasize the importance of addressing DNS abuse, you've got the FPB Act that is in place, where a number of role players like ourselves as ZDNA, the information regulator and the others come together to try and solve this, because this is where we are heading as a country in terms of technology. I think much of it has been discussed in the previous session about 4IR. So in essence, DNS is important to curb DNS abuse, either in businesses and also in the communities, and particularly for children and their online safety. Thank you, Chair.
I think Sipho also wanted to touch on why is this topic of DNS abuse very important?
Thank you very much. So why this topic at hand is very important is that we have seen that often domain names are the trigger for abuse and misuse for fraudulent purposes online. We have seen a number of attackers make use of domain names as a way to leverage the domain name system for numerous purposes they might have. A large number of domain names on the internet are misused daily for cybercriminal activities, ranging from spoofing private information. This is called phishing, which later on manifests to identity theft, which can also upscale to a variety of criminal activities. To maliciously installing software into end-user devices. This is known as malware attacks, to distributing illegal obscene videos online. So internet abuse just continues to victimize millions of people each year, reducing trust in the internet as a space to conduct business and non-business activities. This decline in confidence has a detrimental effect on all stakeholders in the internet ecosystem, from end users or consumers to businesses to infrastructure service providers.
Thanks, Sipho. Now that we have established what DNS abuse is, what we have been established was the CCTLD, if I remember well. I don't want to pretend like I'm an expert, but I might take a shot at it. But I would like Busi, as the manager of the CCTLD, which is the ZNA, to give us that one. Busi, what is a CCTLD? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think my colleague there has a slide. Let me just demonstrate quickly how it looks like, because sometimes some of those technical terms, when we speak about them and we don't see it visually, it poses a problem on us really understanding what is a CCTLD. Can the technical team just put on the slide, please? Okay, in the absence of that, I don't know if I can quickly share my screen and see if we can achieve that. Because for me, even during our trainings that we do as a right across the country, this is a very important aspect. Let me share my screen. There we go. Right. So I have something here on one of the slides just to demonstrate. I think some of the parts already we have, my colleague has already shown me. So we have this. I think this is familiar to all of us, right? We have www.website.com. And right at the end there, you have a top level domain, right? And we have seen different ones. We've seen a COM, we've seen a net, but when it comes to the country code, right, which is the CC part of the TLD, that is where you find a ZA right here at the end. So that is your country code top level domain. I hope that makes it much clearer. Thank you, Chair.
What we're dealing with, we know why we have to deal with it. Now, what we need to, okay, the second part of our statement is policies, which are guidelines, right? And this is what we are here about. Because the regulator is tasked with coming up with policies that will help curb DNS abuse. And this will certainly affect us as the community. Now, what my question is, what are the key elements that need to be in place, and what type of policies need to be in place for us to fight this scourge head on? I will ask Bob to start with the answer. So Bob, if you're ready.
Thank you very much, Jerry. I think before I, just go into what we should do to address this, and this is, speaking from a DNS abuse and misuse perspective, I think I wanted also to, very briefly also highlight, just one more time, the reason why the DNS is a target. And I think there are largely 5. So the fact that the DNS provides, a very important service, the translation between domain names and IP addresses, basically you don't need to remember the IP addresses. You will go to google.com or facebook.com or zna.something, and you actually get the service that you're looking for. So it's a key component of the internet. It's a service that we interact with every day. You go online, you interact with the DNS service. And that is the 5 billion of us that are online today. So it is an important service. It is a popular service. So it then attracts the bad guys. For you to attract crime or bad activity, you have to be popular. You have to be a service that has traffic going into it. So that's one. Now, that means that if you successfully disrupt the DNS service, then you can disrupt so many things, be they e-merchant transactions, government services, e-learning, tax systems, social engagement. You'll actually be able to disrupt humanity. This is why the DNS is a target. The third point here is that the ease of registering a domain name. If it is easier for me and you to get a domain name, it is equally easier for someone with bad intentions. Remember, the intention for registering a domain name is only known after the fact, not at the point of registration. So when you are, going through the process of registering this domain name, which is completely online, your intention can never be known. It is only until you have the domain name and you've started using it for something else that we can tell why you registered it. So the intention always comes after the fact. And that is why it is also not very easy to arrest this right before it is done, because you have to go through the process and have the domain name first before you start abusing or misusing it. So I think those are key, things to keep in mind on why this particular service just keeps attracting bad actors. Now, having said that, I think it is important to recognize that, this is never going to stop. Attackers will always be motivated and find new vulnerabilities. They will always be creative and sometimes very sophisticated. And most of the time, we do imagine that they are ahead of, the good guys, those of us who are registering domain names for good things. Okay? So how do we deal with this? And I think there are a number of things, as Jerry mentions, some are policy, some are technical. What would we prescribe as recommendations? So from an ICANN perspective, there are a number of things that we do recommend that targets, players in the DNS ecosystem. And this ecosystem includes three main parts. It includes registry operators, the CCTLD operators that have been talked about. At ICANN, we call them registries. Registrars, the entities that distribute or sell domain names on behalf of registries, and registrants. So it's a three-part approach targeting the 3 Rs under which the domain name is, structured. But it revolves around authorization techniques or policies, authentication techniques, encryption. You've heard of DNSSEC, probably we'll come back to that. And DNSSEC starts right at the top. So at the registry level, all the way to the registrant. So if you have zedna.org.za, then .za needs to be signed, org.za needs to be signed, then zedna.org.za needs to be signed. That's encryption through DNSSEC. Then, of course, you have patching and email security. So we could actually, flesh this out and discuss them in detail from a policy perspective. Back to you, Jerry. Thank you very much.
I would like to get a sense from Busi, who is representing the regulator, her thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can you please quickly repeat the question?
Around what needs to be put in place for us to effectively fight the scourge of DNS abuse. So Bob spoke around the technical, the policy side, using policies, and from a technical perspective, he spoke around DNSSEC And I think the other thing that we need to look at is registry log. That was the question. Do you have an input? You can talk from a policy perspective, not necessarily the technical, because I know I'm passing the buck here.
No, that's perfectly fine, Chair. I think from a policy perspective, I think for South Africans, because I would also like to assume that most of us in the country are not aware what measures are in place for us and what role players are there when it comes to combating domain name abuse. So in essence, what we have Bob on top, which is from ICANN, as one of the role players in our policies that actually assist us to deal with DNS abuse. Then you've got ourselves, which is ZEDNA as the regulator. And then we've got registries, which is Jerry and the team. And also we've got registrants, which is everyone that owns a domain name, because you're part of the ecosystem. You need to be part of the people that assist in solving domain name abuse. But what is very important as well is the issue around what do we have in place. I think this is what my colleague said earlier on, so I'm going to quickly skip to the regulations, right? So there are certain things that we have in place as the authority. First of all, we have the Act, which is the Electronic Communications Act, which is where we get our mandate to assist and combat issues around domain name abuse. And specifically what we have as well is the regulations, right? And these regulations, as compared to what my colleagues here have mentioned on what really is domain name abuse, it's very knuckled down to issues around IP and offensive registrations. So in essence, what you find in this piece of legislation is abuse in two ways. You've got abuse as abusive registration and abuse as offensive registration. So the first one, which is abusive registrations, look particularly around the issues of IP, right? There should be a right that exists within your domain name, either for a website or for your email addresses. And from this, if there is a right infringed or there's an unfair advantage around that abusive registration, then you can have the ADR process to look into to find solutions or to find remedies in terms of the contravention. Secondly, which is hardly something that really happens in South Africa, we don't have as yet a reported case on it, is the issue around offensive registrations, right? So offensive registrations is issues of, I can't really establish what the right is, right, as compared to the first one. So ADR is also there, which is alternative dispute resolution, is also there to assist camp that. Right. So in essence, we in South Africa, we've got the Act as part of the policy, and then we've got regulations, not forgetting that we also need to look at standards and levels that needs to be there from an ICANN level, right? Because ICANN is an international organization which sets the standards and then which we need to follow. But we need to also take note of state sovereignty when it comes to issues like that. In essence, what does it look like if there's offensive or abusive registration? So what are the ways that are already there in terms of policy helping us to try to deal with these things in the country, right? Because remember, by the power of the country code, which is the .ZA, we are able to follow regulations and bring about solutions. The first one, which is the very quick, nice visual, is that we've got what we have as takedowns, right? So you notice that there's this domain name that keeps on worrying me, and it's got a ZA at the end. And I emphasize on the ZA because that is where our power is as an authority to be able to assist a registrant, right? So if there's an issue like that, you contact us through our website, or you can directly contact our registry to assist you with a takedown, right? And the second one is going to court, which is something that is rarely used because it takes time. A court case, 3 years on the road, you might not find solutions quite quickly. But what we have, which is very special, is the ADR process. And ADR is in two ways. It's either you've got your mediation or you go to arbitration. In most instances, the first stop is mediation because let's not have an adjudicator and spend so much money. So you go for mediation where you have got someone who's neutral who helps you put together and settle the matter about your domain name. I think one of the panelists mentioned about ABSA. So you have ABSA and you've got ABSA 1. Obviously, what we think is ABSA 1 is one of the domain names that is taking advantage of what ABSA clients could be going for, which is absa.co.za. So you would sit down with the two parties and try to find a resolution. In the event that you don't find the resolution, you would look into arbitration, which is now you have an adjudicator, and this will be following regulations, right? I also like to mention that at times there's the ADR system is seen as it's not inclusive for those that don't have the amount or the fee that is required for you to go through this process. But ZADNA has a side pocket that helps those that need funding. So if mediation doesn't really come through, there is a mechanism which is not really on policy, but it is a process and an aider for those that don't afford or cannot afford that can apply for funding. Chair, without wasting much of the time, there are certain number of outcomes looking at all these role players and also looking at what we've had before is that if you bring across your meta, there are a number of things that could happen. You could have the domain name ABSA 1, for example, deleted, then ABSA remains. The domain name can be suspended pending investigation and banning as well of the registration of the domain name. So if, for example, it's a racist remark, it's contrabonimores against the society's convictions, then there's no reason why someone else 10 years later, after its deletion, should be able to register that. So you ban the registration so that no one ever can ever register such, or you lock the domain name, or sometimes if ABSA, for example, again as an example, not that I'm advertising for ABSA, if it still wants the ABSA 1, then we just transfer the domain name to ABSA. So instead of ABSA being only ABSA, ABSA only now has also ABSA 1 as part of their domain names. So in essence, Chair, without wasting much of your time, ZADNA does not work alone because issues around domain name abuse are not to be solved in a silo. So you have FPB to help us with content-related issues and reporting to each other as to what is happening, what domain names do we need to act on. You've got the information regulator as well for personal information-related things, which is your POPI. And then you've got your financial-related things, which is your Financial Intelligence Center. And of course, we've got the South African Police Service to also assist with that. I hope, Chair, this answers the question and has also given a breakdown to our participants and the panelists on how policy looks like for us at ZADNA and how we try and assist in terms of domain name abuse. Thank you, Chair.
I'm going to ask Sipho just to give us a list of measures from a technical perspective that we can look at to try and enhance security in the DNS.
Okay, thank you very much. It is important to adhere to these 8 steps I'm about to give you to ensure your safety on the cyberspace or rather on the internet. So step 1, everyone should always pay attention to administrative details. In connection with registering your domain name, ensure that you are listed as the registrant in the administrative contact. And then step 2, you should ensure communication with your domain name registrar, so that you're always up to date regarding the status of your domain. You should also, they spoke on this, you should also log the transfer of your domain. So with this mechanism set in place, it ensures that your domain will never be deleted, transferred, modified without you noticing it. Step 4, just monitor expiration date. An example was made on domain name hijacking. If your domain name would expire, this is in a different context. If your domain name would expire and then someone else notices that and goes ahead to register that domain, and then once you want possession of it, you find that it now belongs to another person. So this feature helps in that. So always register your domain, or rather consider registering your domain as a trademark. And also implement the EPP protocol, the Extensible Provisioning Protocol. It requires that a particular code be provided to a new domain name registrar before transferring and providing an extra layer of security. By implementing this for your domain name, you greatly reduce the risk of being improperly transferred or hijacked, rather. Yeah.
Thanks, Sipho. I think we're running out of time. But I think if there are questions, we need to give the colleagues the opportunity to ask questions or clarification on certain things, because this is a really important topic in the DNS system. Do we have any questions in the house? Okay.
Yes, we have questions online.
I will ask, do we have any questions in the room first? Okay, I see one question this side. I see the second question and the third question. So I'll take them first in that order. Then I will bring the questions. I will address the online questions, right? So I will start with, okay, yes. You can go on first.
It's afternoon. Good afternoon. Once again, I basically had one or two things, but I jotted one down regarding the child online, because Busi was explaining that the security or the protection of children online, where they will be secured for child trafficking and the likes. So I wanted to ask, what are the measures that ZEDNA has taken that may be creating an awareness? Because now we're looking at the age that we're in, where there's 4IR, then there's e-learning and the likes, where there's now exposure to the children, where they will be exposed to the gadgets and the likes and the internet as a whole. So now the question is, what are the measures or the directives that of awareness to the community at large? So how much have we done or have you done as ZEDNA as it is? Thank you.
The second question.
Thanks. I think getting to the heading of the session, when you speak about the policies, I think one of the key thing that maybe we might want to understand from ZEDNA and other colleagues is that what are we doing to ensure that the registrant and potential registrant and also members of the public are aware of the policies? Because you see, one of the biggest challenge is that, yes, policies are there and they are very nice, but they are only known by you. So how does it assist the public that is supposed to report such? I'll just give an example. I'm sure half of us here in this room have received a request for quotation from Treasury slash or what's that dash whatever.gov.za. You see, I'm telling you, more than half of us will receive that. And obviously, those who understand those things, it's easy for them to ignore that and delete the email. But there are those who actually act on that, and they don't know what to do should they come across that. And I think that problem has been persisting for a long time. And sometimes from the public, it looks like there's nothing done, or maybe there's nothing that can be done. So maybe you might just want to touch base on that in terms of what are you doing to get those policies out there in terms of the advocacy.
Thank you. And I think we have
the last one.
The last one. You can take the floor.
All right. Thank you for this time, for this opportunity. I want to ask about those steps Sipho wanted to give us, because I think they are very much important, because we have to know
the domain names, whether how are we going to facilitate them, how are we going to put them online? Because if you don't know, as he said, Ori, they are very much important. You might put your domain name up there and then it get expired and someone take them. So I wanted to Sipo to continue with the steps. Okay, it's not really a question, but I wanted him to continue with the step.
Okay, Sipo, would you with your steps as per request?
Sorry. What we'll do is SIPO will just go through the headings of the necessary key measures that one needs to take. And if maybe you need a bit of clarification, let's engage with SIPO and other colleagues outside as a network. And as are we being fed? Yes. Oh, as we are eating. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, as said before, these 8 steps I've listed here, I think they're crucially important to like keeping everyone safe in the cyberspace. As said, this problem that we have at hand, it arises from the lack of knowing. So yeah. So step 1, please pay attention to administrative details and ensure communication with your domain name registrar. Also log the transfer of your domain, monitor expiration dates of your domain, and register your domain as a trademark if possible, and implement the EPP protocol. Also obtain similar domain names relating to your domain, and also be aware of of spammers and other evil intentions online. This last point, you can solely achieve this by keeping yourself updated with the current state of cybersecurity online regarding DNS abuse.
Thanks, Sipo.
Questions.
We have questions online. Questions online?
Oh, yes, can we? So the first question online is DNS abuse a subset of cybercrime? Right. So I'll read out all the questions and then the second question is, how do we ensure that cyber squatting is eradicated as such renders legal entities' rights to the legal name? Yeah, that's what it says. How do we ensure that cyber squatting is eradicated as such renders legal entities' rights to the legal name?
One of the questions is around DNS as a subset of cybercrime. I would request Bob to answer this one.
Yeah, so a tricky one because what is a crime in general, and this is determined by different jurisdictions, if I might put it like that. And what we are saying is, if it is criminal offline, then it is indeed criminal online. So the online space is just a different environment to commit that particular crime. So if an act is defined as criminal offline, then you do the same online, it is still criminal. So then it becomes a cybercrime. And cybersecurity is not equal to cybercrime. I think that definition or that separation is always confused. So in terms of how do you then deal with the crime part of it? I think I'll take a step back and look at this broadly. First of all, remember that this is crime that is committed online. So it is a cybercrime. Now, when you are online or you are on the internet broadly now, not necessarily the DNS, the internet is borderless. And this is why we're talking about internet governance. How do you govern something that transcends borders? We know that governing or government have a connotation of jurisdiction. So the government of South Africa is very defined. The government of Kenya is very defined. How do you govern something that transcends all these borders? How do you govern crime? How do you respond to crime online? And from the domain name perspective, this is further broken down into two parts. The first part of it is what kind of domain is the crime on? So let's say it is a DNS abuse crime or DNS misuse crime. The first thing that you want to look at is what kind of domain name is it? And by this, I mean, is it a country code name or a generic name? What do we mean? If it is .za, .ke, .tz, that identifies a country. So .za is South Africa, .ke will be Kenya. Now, domains that are country code names are a little bit easier because they are subjected to the jurisdiction of their respective countries. So if a crime is being committed on a .za domain name, then the rules and regulations put forward by ZEDNA and the laws of South Africa will come into play. But if it is a generic domain name, for example, .africa, .cape Town, .com, .net, most of the time, the entity that operates it might not be within the jurisdiction where the crime is being committed. So for example, if you want the registry for .com to act on something, even a court order that needs them to take down a domain name, if that court order is from the government of South Africa, the registry for .com is not in South Africa. So that court order might not be servable. They might not be able to accept it, or you might not be able to serve it on them, as opposed to if it is a ZA domain name, which you can either serve on ZEDNA or ZSCR, whichever is operating or is responsible, because they are under the jurisdiction and the law. So this is why sometimes as registrants, or those of us who are registering domain names, one part of the awareness that is very important is to be cognizant of the fact that if there was a challenge with your domain name and you'd want, legal redress or to be able to seek alternative dispute resolution, then the jurisdiction of the domain name that you are registering comes into play. And therefore, it is important to have that in mind when you're registering domain names. So if you are in South Africa, then you might want to register, domain names that are within your jurisdiction, so that if there was an issue, a case, then you can be resolved within South Africa. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult, very expensive, and very complicated to resolve such names because the internet does not have jurisdiction. So sometimes it is safer to be in a domain name within your jurisdiction because it comes handy when there is an issue to be resolved. Thank you, and back to you, Jerry. Yeah.
Thank you, Bob. We've got one question around cyber squatting, and I would like Odwa to take a stab at it, and also tell us if domain registration, the defensive domain registration, which means registering a number of domains which are similar in name. So you register jerry.com, jerry.co.za, jerry.africa, that kind of stuff. Will that help curb the DNS abuse? Thanks, Odo.
Thanks, Jerry. I think just touching on your first point about defensive registrations. So if you have a big budget, it will certainly go a long way. But, you know, judging from our room today and our young entrepreneurs going out into the world and, you know, trying to find a step into the industry or entrepreneurship, domain name registration is quite important. And they might not necessarily have a sufficient budget to register defensive registrations. If I can make an example, how people are usually hacked. So you would register, for example, APSA. You know, they would when it comes to the domain names, the variations or the derivatives are endless. So it can be APSA1 or APSA with a double A or APSA with an underscore, and all those will go through as different variations. So it becomes a bit difficult. But then there are certain other tools that one can use in order to block domains that are similar. So you would use, you know, there's blocking. You would go to service providers like your Synergy. They'll, you know, where you pay to be part of a trademark clearinghouse. But that's not something that, you know, your normal entrepreneur would have access to. So that's why I would urge some of my colleagues who are part of the regulator to actually look into this. How do they use technology to block abusive registrations, and also to assist young entrepreneurs by registering domain names and also maintaining those domain names, because that's the only way we can try and curb domain name abuse. On cyber squatting is a big problem, because a domain name is part of it is IP, it is intellectual property. And once you build a brand and you spend a lot of money building equity, and then someone just registers a domain and sits on it, that is killing your brand, because online presence is very important. As we've seen with COVID, you know, it accelerated how people do business. So how people do business is that now they go online. As one of the listeners has said, or one of the guys who were sitting in the crowd said, they said one of the problems, they want to have a website through which they can uplift and help their people in their communities. So what cyber squatting does, it deprives that individual of the right to do that. And also, when it comes to the brand, it deprives the individual of the right to build that brand, because now someone is squatting on their intellectual property. And in order for them to gain access to it, they actually need to spend money in order to gain rights that you created. Sorry, Jerry, I think, and then other one, so cyber squatting is a real problem, and it's something that needs to be looked at. And the other one that I would like to quickly take a stab at is actually the one about legal entity rights. I think it's very important that there's different rights that we are talking about here. So a domain name, which is a separate right, a trademark, which is a separate right, and a company name, which is a separate right. All these come with regards to different legislation. So for a company name, you have the Companies Act. So it is possible that you can have a company name and the trademark might be owned by someone else and the domain name might be owned by someone else. So now this is where it gets important for young entrepreneurs. If I can leave you with a message today, is that when you establish your company, when you register your name, you have to think about it, whether is this a name that you're going to be able to display on your goods or your services and grow your brand in? If your answer is yes, then from the onset, you need to register the name, you need to register the trademark, and you need to register the domain name. And I think collectively, as both industry and regulators, we need to find ways to make this affordable, and so that young entrepreneurs can have access to these services and that the costs are not prohibitive. And on, I know I said lastly, but on the issue of jurisdiction, what Bob said. I'd like to add, I think that we must remember that the law, we have the Cybersecurity Act in South Africa, and we have very principles, very, very solid and grounded principles of law in South Africa. You know, when it comes to establishing jurisdiction, you can look at where the cybercrime took place, where is the abuser sitting, and where is the victim sitting. And using that, you can always try and establish jurisdiction. And when we talk about enforceability of court orders and the like, this is where our regulators become very important, because they need to establish those relationships with your Interpols, your FBIs, and your other authorities in different jurisdictions, so that we can make these orders enforceable across the world. And we've seen that America has been very good at that, at building relationships and having perpetrators of cybercrime arrested. So I think that's the most important thing that I would like to leave the guys with.
And the last answer, and it's not the least, but it's the most important: awareness. Awareness, awareness, awareness. You can do anything that you want. As long as people don't know about it, it means nothing. So what do we have in place to make people aware of all the initiatives that we are taking? And I think the answer would come from Zetna. So Busi, please give us an answer to this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This one is very exciting for me because it's one of the things that as Zetna, we actively ensure it happens. And I think both questions that we asked from the floor about child trafficking and how we create awareness for that, and also how to make the whole of the community aware of issues around domain name abuse. So for child trafficking, there are a number of things that we do. Zedna does trainings around IGF. It's not really training, but it's more awareness conversations with children, with youth, with different people with different backgrounds, just to educate around the issues of online safety. And most of these trainings do happen in collaboration with FPB. So we don't do it alone, because remember, our mandates at times they are limited, but what Zatna does tries to ensure that with our limited mandate, we partner with other stakeholders who are very much on the forefront, and IGF, which is Internet Governance Forum, is on the forefront of ensuring that there is awareness to that, to issues around child trafficking and pornography. In terms of the community, I think this is also a call for the rest of the people that are in the room. There are a number of programs that we have. Apart from awareness, there's what we call the DNS practitioners course, which we have in partnership with MICCTA, where people that have no background, least technical background, getting into a course and are taught about the basics of DNS, and they are prepared to become people that ready to become a part of the ecosystem as registrars, right? Or registrar, not only registrars, but also as resellers. So these are people that include in their training, they're not only trained in technical aspects of DNS, but also the importance of addressing domain name abuse, and also given the mechanisms on how to assist with that. So we've got the DNS practitioners course. We also have the research chair, right where you are, which is the University of Limpopo, where PhD students and master's students engage in research that actually help us in creating better awareness, not only just basically in the community, but also from an academic level, and also assist entities with their research in curbing DNS abuse. And also, which is very important, which often people really forget about as part of the great awareness, is that when there are regulations that are to be passed or are to assist us with such, there is always a call for public participation. So part of the public participation also helps create awareness on curbing issues that are around domain abuse. So in Eastern Zedna has got a number of programs that are in place to create awareness. But part of those programs is not only for us to go out and create awareness, but also to allow registrants and the greater community of South Africa to be part of the people that have conversations about DNS abuse. And I think AIGF right now, this current event is also one of the platforms that we create awareness in terms of domain abuse. But I would also further call on everyone in the room, online, to say, if you've got mechanisms that you think would help us at ZANA to create more awareness about DNS abuse or its projects, please do send us an email and contact us so that we may integrate your thoughts and your contributions in making South Africa a better, safer place. Thank you, Chair.
And I think we've come to the end of our session. Thank you, colleagues, for your attention.
We are running behind schedule. I know that most people have other commitments, but we have 2 more sessions that we need to just engage in. Hopefully we'll be done by 2 o'clock, I'm hoping. But this brings me to my very most exciting session that I'm really looking forward to, considering how technology is growing, and there is a growing need to integrate the technology into our learning, right? And this session is how we integrate gaming, the gaming environment into learning. How do you as university students use games to learn, right? So I think you would be very interested in this. And without any waste of time, I know that most of our panel members are online, but 2 are here, right? So Prof. Anna Oliver, I believe that she's the facilitator. She is online. I hope she's still with us, considering how we are running out of time and how we've just, and then Mr. Osina Kachi, did I say it correctly? He's the board chairperson of the transdisciplinary Algo for future discussions, if he can take the floor as well. Ms. Dimakatso, I think she's also here. She can come and take the floor. She's from the NYDA, National Youth Development Agency. This is a youth engagement. Make use of her being in the room, talk to her. And then I think we have Tewami Nyama. He's from UCT. She's online. Sorry about that. She is online. I hope we still have them online with us. If they can just confirm if they're still online. Prof, are you there?
I'm here.
Thank you, perfect. And then Ms. Nyama, are you also still with us?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Oh, thank you very much. Prof, I'd like to hand over to you so that you can start as a facilitator of the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And because I'm online, one of the program directors, if you can help me, because remember, I can't see what's going on. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for joining us. And unfortunately, I don't have the opportunity to meet the panel members, so I am very excited to meet them and hear about them. But before I ask them to tell us more about themselves, I just want to tell you that I think you all know, and this is very important because we're now moving back to education, is that communication and education worked hand in hand. And we got a long way from the start of civilization to today. The first way that people educate others was by gestures or by repetition. Before language was developed, then came writing, and then came the printing press. And currently we are in the digital area where we have technology enhanced learning. And that is where we will focus our discussion today. So first of all, I will ask the panelists to tell us who they are and also how are they involved in digital gaming and learning. Ms. Nyama, I know you're online. Can you please go first? Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Temwani Nyama and I'm a postgraduate student at the University of Cape Town. I'm currently under the School of Education, so I come with a background in thinking about teaching and learning practices. I'm also a member of the ORIGA project, which is the Open Educational Resource in Africa project. Sorry, the Open Educational Resource of Indigenous Games in Africa. And so broadly, if I just want to introduce myself and the work that I'm in, the work that I do lies at the intersection of social justice and education, particularly in the sense that I am passionate about youth development and social responsiveness, all under the context that is the African education space. And so a lot of my current studies and professional work surrounds looking at teaching and learning practices that promote creative thought, social imagination, and critical innovation and knowledge. And so my participation and link with the ORIGA project is that we work around using Indigenous games and exploring possible uses for Indigenous games in the classroom. So yeah, that's a bit about me and the project and the work that we're doing.
Thank you very much. That's very exciting. And we will come back to that Indigenous games that you talk about. Also, I think online is Ms. Masiteng. Can you introduce yourself and tell us how you are linking with gaming, please?
Hi, Chair. Nice to virtually meet you. My name is Dimak Masiteng, and I am the Senior Manager for ICT at NYDA, which stands for National Youth Development Agency. I like to emphasize the full name so that people understand what is our mandate because it's within our name. So I head the ICT unit at NYDA. So my job is to basically make sure that the technology that we implement, it's also aligned with our young people as well as the organization. And Chair, just to answer your question in terms of how am I involved in gaming and learning? So personally, I'm directly involved in my personal capacity, and also I'm indirectly involved through my child. So I think I will expand further, engage more as we do as we go through the dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I must apologize because the person that I have on my panel list is not the one that the program director indicated. So please, the third person, I'm very, very sorry. I will catch up. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Osinakachi Akumakalo by name. I'm the founder of TFFDS, Transdisciplinary Agora for Future Discussions. So based on involvement, we are interested in the future of learning, future of education, and depicting the foresights of learners to translate and picture how they understand reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What I first want to know is, or let me make a statement. Our pass rates in general, from basic education, higher education, everything is not what it is supposed to be in South Africa. It's not what we want it to be. So one of the things that we need to address is the pass rate. And I want to know from you that, do you think, Ms. Masiteng, I want you to answer first, because you said that you're personally involved with your child. Do you think that if we implement digital gaming into learning, that it will improve, indeed help the pass rates in our educational system to get up to what we want it to be?
Before I answer that, I just wanted to find out how many gamers do we have in the room? Okay, great. And then how many people have small gaming apps on their actual mobile phones? Okay, awesome. I was also doing that just to check if everyone is awake, because, you know, we are sort of the last group and we have been here for quite some time. Plus it's hot. So, Prof, to answer your question in terms of can introducing digital gaming at schools improve pass rates? I would say yes, because number one, I'm not saying this because I'm a mother, but my son started quizzing me about solar panels, and you know, at some point I actually had to be honest and say, no, I don't know this one, and I had to hit Google. So he's in grade 1, but that is something that they are not learning from school. However, he had downloaded a solar panel game that speaks about different planets, ecosystems, and all of those things. So how many of you sitting here who are not science students, of course, still remember the curriculum that you learned at school regarding those solar panels or calculus or mathematics? Very few will be able to name the planets and what the planets do. But I have a grade 1 at home who is able to do that, but not through the conventional way of teaching from school. Because he was learning it in a fun way, it then became sort of like just, you know, a fun and learning game, but not seated in a conventional way like this. Because I think with a traditional way of teaching, we force people to sit like this. We are in a auditorium, you are sitting there, you are just receiving information, but there is no interaction, there is no participation. Some of you might be sleeping there, depending on who's speaking. Is Dima loud? Is Dima soft-spoken? Then you sleep. But then if you were listening to this information to take a test afterwards, how many of you would pass the test from the discussions that we had since morning until now? By show of hands. Who would be confident to take a test and pass? So with gaming, remember with gaming, there is no, you need to reach 100% before you go to the next level. Unlike at school. Right now at school, if you get 90%, oh, amazing, you are an A student. But unfortunately in real life and also in the workplace, you need to be at 100%. Me going back to my CEO and saying that, you know, our cybersecurity controls are at the 90%. We just have a 10% of, you know, we could be breached. It's not satisfactory. Would you get into a plane with a pilot that said that, no, I'm at 90% confident that I can get you through to Durban? You won't. So now through gaming, it's guaranteed that by the time you finish the first step, you really understand different concepts and you have deep and practical and skill set to do whatever content that was introduced. So I truly believe, Prof, that learning through gaming can indeed improve people. And lastly, just to close it off, personally as well, as part of my you know, growth in the space, there's also this learning tool called Elevate. So with that one, it's you can choose what you struggle with. Do you struggle with numbers? Do you want to improve your maths? Do you want to improve maybe your English, your grammar, how to write, your punctuations? It then personalizes everything to what you want to learn. Then as you progress, it's a gaming, you play different games, then you realize that, okay, now my vocabulary has actually broadened. I don't know, I no longer say hello, I say greetings, or one of those funny things. So it's things that you would then realize at the later stage that, oh, actually, you know, my grammar, my writing is getting better. So for me as an adult, I use Elevate even to date. So when I transitioned from being a software engineer from the technical space and getting more into a management role where now I don't have to write code and speak to a machine. I have to speak to people. I have to write reports that people can understand and read without me being there. Right? So now Elevate helped me into achieving that, into making sure that my reports are written in a form that human beings can understand and not a machine. So with both experiences from an adult and personal and career growth, and also looking at my son, who is in grade 1, with the knowledge that he has outside the curriculum that is taught at school, I would say it will definitely improve the grades of our youth. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Sir, I had to Google TIFFD because I didn't know what it was. And I apologize for that because I should have known. But again, when I Google it, I was actually shocked when I saw the opening page. It's amazing. So I am very, very curious to know more about this project, this transdisciplinary Agora for future discussion. What do you want to tell us about the future of digital gaming in your project, please, sir?
We need to, first of all, for the purposes of researchers here and those in the learning model, we need to understand that before gaming, we had something like games that we play, and it's the epoch that we found ourselves. So we can say that gaming is a kind of disruptive technology, and when it came to place, people wanted to find a way of leveraging on gaming so that it wouldn't lead us to a kind of what we call technological dystopia or the destruction of our learning model. So in adapting gaming as a learning model, we need to also understand the neurological aspect of it, how it conditions human mind. The children, when they are playing game, when you are playing game, it capture your attention, and the only thing you remember is the game that you are playing. You see how children react when you take away the game from them. So trying to bring in learning into it is a way of conditioning the mind and making what they always play be in their prefrontal cortex. So it's a kind of an innovative way that's building on the old things that we had to see a way of improving learning. But the interesting part of gaming from the futurist viewpoint is we need to look at gaming as education holistically, not just as schooling, which is an aspect of learning. So education as an integral aspect of understanding and translating reality, we can say that as Africans, we need to look at for what works for us, not what people think that works for us. You just say, this is the model you need to use in learning. So we can as well go back to traditional gaming and converting them into learning model. So by that, we can say, okay, where is the future of education? How fast? Because we are at the twin lights of 21st century, we can talk about exponential growth. Most people can't just sit to read 200 or 300 pages, wasting time. You want audio books and all that. So most of the gaming that we play, we can find audios in them. They talk to us and we act in accordance to the information that we receive. So I can say that if we capitalize on this, using this leisure to form a learning model, it will help us in accelerating our growth through learning. Thank you.
No. Sorry. I mute myself. Thank you very much, sir. I will come back to you because I still have a million questions, but I first want now to move to Ms. Nyama. Please explain to us what you say, what you mean when you say indigenous games. That link on to what sir now said about that we are used to playing games without, or we used to play games without technology support. And you are telling us about indigenous games. Please explain to us what.
Yes, so I really appreciated what my fellow panelists were talking about using gaming to transform learning modules. And so, yeah, I'll talk a bit about what the Origa project focuses on and how the steps that we're taking to create some kind of transformation in schooling. So our whole project is firstly based around design-based research. So that's how we connect like our abstract theory with our applications and our reflections. And so we start off with using active networks that we have in different regions and countries. And what we do is that we collect records of indigenous games. So people just share from their communities what they grew up playing. And in this way, we create an archive of indigenous games. And so we've made progress in reaching out to people in different countries like Eswatini, Zambia, Cameroon, Namibia, Kenya, and even here in South Africa. And so this is the initial stage where we're just sourcing and archiving indigenous games and creating this resource. From here, we move on to like filtering the raw data that we have. So people will send in probably records through videos or through written pieces, but now we move on to filtering that data, and we use a number of different platforms and applications like PictureMap, Google Forms, Airtable. And what we're doing is that we organize the games according to the different aspects of the games. So like the mechanics and the playing experience is where we start organizing the games into categories. So does a specific game promote psychomotor skills, so like your physical bodily movements? Does it develop your affective skills, so the attitudes that the children display while playing? Do the games promote cognitive, mental skills? So we look at those different categories and then sort the games in those orders. From there, we also look to seeing if there are possible links between certain indigenous games and 21st century skills. So skills for communication, creativity, collaboration, and critical thinking, all those different areas. And so in this way, we start getting an idea of the types of learning domains that different indigenous games can be sorted into. Our next step from this point, after we've organized the data of the indigenous games onto our platform, is that we work on game visualization. So at this stage, the intention is to take this physical and tactile, these traditional games, and to move on to using coding and software development to visualize the games. So this is something our team is currently working on. We're working with the game Murabaraba. I think a lot of us know about it. But in the long term, our hope is that this game visualization stage will be taken up by young children themselves. So our focus is particularly with young children in primary school and high school. And so what we are hoping to do is that we are going to look at using the data that we have about the mechanics and effects of the different games and getting learners to code and design digital versions of the indigenous games. And so in this way, also linking back to the first question about what are the affordances of games in education, we see that this is one aspect of teaching that is kind of being supported and reinforced when it comes to digital and technical literacy. By getting students to participate in this game visualization process, they develop their skills in using technology with authentic materials that they have a connection to, which is games. The other aspect of how our project links onto education is our advocacy component, which I work under, which is linked to developing open educational resources for high school and primary school teachers. So following the stage of sourcing the data and information on indigenous games and processing the games through game visualization, what we work on doing is looking at how certain games have aspects that can be reformed into teaching and learning methodologies. So, and this is what, when we work in education, we refer to these as pedagogies. So what we look at is whether or not a game is valuable because it promotes maybe multimodality, so the mode in which it's played. Does it promote, seeing, touching, all those different like physical skills? Does it promote maybe metacognitive skills? I think the previous panelist, Dimakatso, spoke about, the retention. So some games have value in the sense that they can help support the retention of disciplinary knowledge. Sometimes we look at games and the way that they might support maybe younger children with their psychomotor or like their perceptual skills. And then in this way, we integrate them into some of the strategies that teachers can use. An example was that one of our project members in Zambia spoke about a game called Nsolo, where they have team members arranged in a grid. So they'll make holes in the ground using sticks, and then team members will be arranged in rows. And what he found was that this was a valuable game that could be linked to teaching maybe high school students about concepts like matrices, or even concepts like map coordinates to students. So it just helps to reinforce students' awareness of different things and their retention of disciplinary information. But yeah, that's a bit about what we do.
Thank you very much. I will now come back to our two panelists that is in the venue. What I first want to say is when we talk about technology-enhanced learning, there is much confusion about some of the terms that we use, because we talk about digital gaming, but it involves a lot of different sets. And one is that we use game-based learning, meaning that you use an original or already developed game to learn and teach something, like Ms. Nyama just referred to. But these are not always online. The second one is that we use game elements, and we call that gamification. An example of this is when we give a prize for the learner who gets to the end line first, for instance, but it's only an element of gamification. And then we also have serious games, which are developed with the specific goal to be used as educational projects. So what I want you to explain to me is, how are we going to have the large amount of costs, the expensiveness of gamification? How are we going to sidestep it? Or what are we going to do to get gamification into the hands of the teachers and the learners in South Africa? I think, Ms. Masiteng, the National Youth Development Agency, do you have any answers for this?
Good. All right, thank you, Prof. So what a very interesting question to pose. So I think we've been speaking about fourth industrial revolution for quite some time, and we are still questioning certain elements that shouldn't be questioned, for example, as South Africans, because now the world is entertaining fifth industrial revolution, and not fourth anymore. So even the concept of just, things like devices or data or access for teachers to be able to carry out gamification in classrooms should sort of like be a basic right, like water. That should be it. So, but however, in the practical sense where we find ourselves as a nation, the way I see this rolling out, first of all, I just wanted to acknowledge that I understand that we have different demographics, different LSMs in South Africa. So obviously somebody who stays in or goes to a school in an urban area would be more at an advantage than the other one who doesn't. But over and above that, sometimes we are prone to resist or block change because we tend to think for other social groups. Because sometimes we might be seated here, but today I'm glad to see that we are at the University of Limpopo, and then we've got a lot of young people who can actually engage and participate. But before I digress, I just wanted to say that sometimes we look at different people from different demographics already without doing the necessary research and block certain things, thinking that it won't be they won't be able or it won't be feasible to carry out a certain project in that area. I'll give you an example about myself. I grew up in a rural village. I used to go to the river to fetch water, but I had a smartphone. So somebody zoning out from the outside could quickly say, they don't have water here in Sekhukhune, so why should we bring gamings and so forth? How will they even consume technology? So already we are now in the categories of classism. So you are classifying me because I push a wheelbarrow to go and fetch water. I don't have a shower, but I have a smartphone. I have other applications and that I could access. I'm able to play online games with people from overseas, for example, which broadens my knowledge and social interactions with the world. So right now, as the same way that the government, for example, they are providing textbooks, they are providing books, they are subsidizing the budget in government schools mostly. That same budget that they put aside to subsidize learning materials, that could be a subsidy for devices that are needed in order to carry out this. Because as we have previously touched on, that the pass rates at our high schools and primary schools are quite shocking. So we can't just continue with the conventional ways of teaching just because we look at, costing, for example, as something that could impact the progress of putting together gamification. And I just wanted to also highlight, like right now, as the nation, I was glad to see a lot of young people here wearing National Youth Services t-shirts. So it's part of our special programs at the NYDA, which advocates for patriotism of the country. So instead of making our young people to dream to go to Harvard or MICT in order to become the best tech people out there, we should bring Harvard to them. By bringing Harvard to them, its first starts with innovating the way that we are delivering our learning content. So this means that we need to be agile as a country. Earlier on in the earlier discussions, one of the gentlemen there spoke about it, that we spend 2 years researching, 2 years implementing. By the time we are done, your data is outdated, there's new things out there. So even this gamification, as I'm saying, now we are moving to fifth industrial. We are now in the territories of robotics. Now robots interacting with human beings, and then we are still lacking with fourth industrial, and how are we going to implement gamification? So for me, is that teachers and developers, system engineer, would then need to collaborate. And just to expand more, Chair, the issue of gamification is actually even broader than the topic itself. it could actually bring equalization in terms of our educational sector. Because as I'm saying, we have a textbook, let's say the calculus textbook, how it will be interpreted in Mhlaba Yalingana and in Skukuni and in Henley, it will be different. So now through the use of gamification, we could almost guarantee quality and equal education for all our young people, given the fact that it goes beyond even the actual game. It also goes down into personalization in terms of now languages, because just because I cannot speak fancy English, it doesn't mean that I'm not smart. So now in terms of now digitalizing, the same content can be given to a teacher that can be able to reinterpret the material in Sepedi, reinterpret the material in Chivenda, and so forth. And then with that one, we will then be able to see a significant improving in terms of the percentages and then the skills gap that everyone keeps on alluding to when it comes to unemployment. So Chair, just to briefly close it off, I believe that the government should then make sure that they incentivize and subsidizes in terms of the devices and bring together the collaboration of teachers as well as system developers so that they can work together in building those games, and hopefully also involving the young people so that they can know what excites you, so that the games that you will be playing will be something that can actually entice you and, you know, for you to actually reach 100%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I like the bringing the Harvard to us idea. I think we must take that up and ask the government to actually investigate and help us to get the Harvard to South Africa. Why not? Sir, this is the last question that I will pose before I will ask the program directors to see if there's questions from the floor, because our time is running out. Again, about the future discussions from your side, what do you think and what role will your company play in not the financial, but the skills, the training, the people? And I assume that a lot of people sitting in that room will tell you, yes, I would like to be involved in digital gaming, and I would like to be part of this development, not only for us to learn, but also for when we get into the world and into our jobs, that we can help other people. And what I want to know from you, sir, is what role are you going to play, or can you play, in skills and training development? Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you so very much for that question. Our organization is always open, and we welcome people who are really interested in what we do and how we do what we do. But the most interesting aspect of this is that we don't give people prototype of what we want, because we really want to hit people's expectations, because we also want what works for people and how people understand and interpret reality. So once you are interested in working with us, or you want to learn anything with regards to gaming, we would like to know your interest. We want to pick your foresights, because it is your idea. You want to satisfy something. So gone are those days when people push ideas or information to people, garbage in, garbage out. That is not the age we are. So when anyone, organization or group that feels to be part, that want to improve in things like gamification, our doors are open for them, and not just in gamification, but systemic learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for that invitation, so that we can contact you actually. And I think you will get people and a lot of us will bring our ideas and ask for help and assistance. Program directors, because I am online, can you please now facilitate a few questions to the panelists, because I am sure that the people sitting there in the wonderful venue will have questions for these panelists, please. And thank you very much for the opportunity to do this.
Thank you, Prof. And job well done. I will take questions, just 3 questions, just to be cognizant of time. 3 questions from the floor. I see 2 hands, and I see my third. Ooh, the questions are a lot. I don't want to leave. Let's start with the youth, because this is about you. So I'll take this question from the young lady. If you guys can just get your pens and papers and laptops ready so you can type them in. And there's a question from the gentleman wearing the cap right at the back. And there's another one wearing a cap before him with a white shirt, and another one wearing the black cap with the white sleeveless shirt. So, ooh, are you youth? We'll take a last question. So it makes it 4, and we cut off with the gentleman wearing the shirt right in front of me. Take it away.
Thank you very much. My question is based on rural areas. Like last week when we were on recess, I found that my younger sister was given a tablet. I don't know which organization did donate for them. So it's true, the gaming system is prevailing and it's going to work. And I saw a lot of games there which help them to understand, to improve their grammar and whatsoever. So my question is that the government, because it's only that high school which received those tablets, and it's only the grade 8. So the question is, how is it going to be possible for the government to subsidize? Because looking at how the country is ran, looking at the cabinet is, and the type of system we are confronted with, I doubt we are going to make it possible. As you say that the 5th industrial revolution is approaching, and we're still struggling with the 4th industrial revolution. So how is it going to make it possible that the government make it as soon as possible so that we be in line with other countries like America? Thank you.
Much. My name is Tiger. My question. Stop pressing the button. I'm speaking here. Yeah. My question will be directed to a deployee from the NYDA.
Hi.
I can still address without the mic, but please, let's cooperate, guys. She touched few issues which then intrigued my mind. Number 1, she spoke of now a child who is actually using the games to acquire knowledge and all of that. Then the first question that came to me was that we are speaking about gaming through teaching and learning. So before we can go further, we should ask ourselves questions that, why must we speak about teaching and learning? What is the purpose for teaching and learning? What is it that we say would have achieved after we have taught and learned? Those are the implementable measures.
I just need a clarification that if we're speaking about teaching and learning, how do we therefore transit from teaching and learning into implementation? Today you speak about solar system. It's through games. And there's someone who is in academia being taught the solar system and how it operates. But then after they have graduated, where are they going to work? Those are the implementable measures. Man, guys, and we are live on YouTube. Please respect me and respect this house. So you see, now I'm even forgetting the things that I was supposed to.
Please be short.
You don't ask an academia to be short, because what you must understand is
we cooperate with each other. We are running terribly behind schedule, and we would really like to move so that we can close and the people that are honoring the appointment and still online can participate. Can we sum it up? We are all academics, I believe, in here, and we can definitely summarize.
Thank you very much. So the other issue, it was the issue of fourth industrial revolution. She spoke of fourth industrial revolution and saying it has reached the cul-de-sac. Now they are reaching into the fifth industrial revolution, only to find out that we want to compete with countries that are advanced while we're still in the second industrial revolution, wherein we have got mineral resources that we cannot process ourselves. Let us put in play, how can we build things on our own? She spoke about robotics, but we can't even build a mere TV. We can't build a mere speaker that we can say tomorrow we must develop the speaker so that it can talk to me when I enter on the door as a submarine.
Next question, and please be short.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is James Matipa. I come from a village of Swaying. So I'll just touch on some of the aspects that he has mentioned. Having coming from the rural village, we had encountered how these technological measures has brought forth some of the neglection tendencies or ignorance. This is due to the addictive means of technology, as we may all know. So my question is, how are we to demarcate the focus means of the digital gaming and implementation at the same time as to secure the time frame of external progression as the society? Thank you.
Thank you again. Yes, Mr. Manyama. So mine is simple. For Black people to understand actually what is it that they want to learn on the gaming, I say the business which are actually the one which are creating these games, they should come to our villages and take our own people who have characters there. Then they take those people, they say, I think yourself, just reveal yourself, live the way you are, because those people, like majority, like Umanis, or they did not go to school, but they can make something. They saw this thing through Grand Theft Auto or something. They can bring something to the character of the games. So why can't we say the business with money, come to the rural areas and take us so that we can work there? Thank you.
Thank you. Without wasting any time, I wanted to ask one question, and mostly it's going to be directed to Taft and NYDA. Are we looking at the exponential growth of our technology as well, and looking at the levels of the games as the NYD, she said that she's playing according to the levels. And when we're looking at it, I would ask if now we have a gaming as education and we have people that are graduating so exponential, how are we going to say the very same people, they will be remaining in the same class for a whole year, of which now are we going to say we're going to change even the syllabus and the time frame of it? Because we cannot come and say these people are now exponentially growing, and yet again we leave them on the a cul-de-sac of some sort, because like now these people will overbend their brains of some sort. So the question is, even on the point of the IQ level, is the games going to measure the IQ level? The directions that we're going to give them whenever that we see that now these people are growing. So are we going to come and say, we have our protege people that they can be able to produce 1, 2, 3, or we have people who can be, I don't want to say help us, but we want to come and say these people that can be able to support, but we have our own people that can be able to produce the pioneers and things like those. It's just that question that I have. Thank you.
Can I just say you are definitely youth. The kind of questions that we are receiving must definitely come from the youth. I don't foresee the oldies asking the kind of questions that we are receiving today. But maybe I will direct the first question to Memunyama. Can I? Okay, wait, no, not to Memunyama. Let me start with you, Medibakatso. Just the first question, if you can just take that one for me.
Okay, he wanted to take it, but it's okay. Yeah. It's fine. Okay, I didn't get the lady's name, but then I think her question was around about how will it be possible for the government to subsidize the devices into schools? And then also, how can the government make sure that we are in line with other countries? So just that, a summary. So I think she made an example as she was asking a question about her sister who have received a tablet. So I think the Department of Basic Education is doing a good job. They are sort of like coming to the party. So now the government also sponsors different NGOs. Like, for example, as I was referring earlier on with, I've seen some of the students here wearing the NYS t-shirts, some were wearing Ngo t-shirts. So we get involved in special programs, also through the support of NGOs who go on the ground and see which, for example, community needs what. So those are some of the channels that they can use and to redirect funds to ensure that those devices or whatever is needed into ensuring that the curriculum is delivered through the gamification can be possible. So I think it's those could be one of the measures. Of course, I'm not from the Department of Basic Education. I don't control their budget, but those are the possible, no, I just had to put a disclaimer. Those are the possible things that they could do. And also, as I mentioned before, that the stationary budget could now be redirected to the devices, because with online material, things could be much easier then. Then to answer the second part of now alignment with other countries, I think over and above what the education system can do, just that they can do is that it's also within us as students, because there's a saying, I mean, can I flex my spade next? I got an N spade, so I studied the language for 12 years. So I forgot now. You okay, but you can't force it. So you guys will translate there. Take it to the river, prof, but you won't force it to drink. So now this would be the measures that they will put forth once you now have those gamifications or you have those devices to also be able to consume other content online. Because once you have that device, once you have that access to the internet, it means now that you are liberated. You have the world in your fingertips. You can go to YouTube. You can connect to other young people from different worlds without actually traveling there. You can connect to those students from Harvard and work on special projects which are outside your own curriculum. So I think by them giving you the tools to enable you to be able to connect to the world, that is how we can then try to then bridge the gap.
Okay. I'm just going to link the second and the fourth question together for our colleague from from TEFs. There we go. Just because both of them are speaking about development in an individual capacity, but also the ability of our economy to develop and to carry what's to carry the growth that we are undergoing, right? So I'm just going to direct that question to you so that we can just sum it up, just link the two questions together.
Okay, I will start by saying that as we evolve as a species, our hierarchy of needs begins to change. If you talk about our basic needs now, we talk about constant electricity, strong internet, and all that. So if we don't have all these things, I don't see a way where gamification, all these things we are talking will end here. So I think that this is where the government needs to come in, and some persons that deals with energy needs to also come in. So that said, a brother there who asked a question about taking the characters of those in the villages, I think that's NFT, right? A blockchain. So we can take those characters and people are buying them. When you put them out there, they buy them. So if you have a good knowledge of NFT, that's why last year I was talking about the education in Africa, whilst other graduate job creators, we graduate job seekers. So, and the sense of volunteering with organizations that deals with digital execution, exponential growth, and all that, that sense of voluntariness is not there. Undergraduates need to also volunteer to learn and understand where the world is going, and also master the art of utilizing emerging and converging technologies. So with regards to exponential growth and gaming, it's something that we need to also understand that futurism should be processed and at the same time systemic. It needs to connect both the learner and the teachers. We need to understand also the performance appraiser of the person that is learning, so that you guide the person aright. Now, when you learn these skill sets, it's no longer like the traditional learning system. So when you learn these skill sets, you will see that there are many out there looking for those to execute. Sometimes my colleagues in the States, they said, okay, we need designers. We need people to work on the back ends of website. You look around, you don't have anybody to say, this is the person you need to hand over. So sometimes we even offer programs free. You don't see people who are interested in learning those things. So it's not like the traditional learning model. So gamification as a concept, we can, it's like a ragbat of different disciplines. We can bring in different disciplines and automate them. These are automated learning systems. So you can't leave it for the learners alone. Teachers should also come in because they understand the performance appraisals of the students and how they improve. If not, if you throw it as a self-paced learning model, it might be difficult. And it might also lead us to disruptive technology. People might abuse it. That is why at TAFs, We are also conscious of ethical usage and application of science and technology. Thank you.
Can we please give them a bit a round of applause? Thank you. I think we're just going to rush now onto the next session so that we do not delay anybody that's online, and we can fast track the whole and close it off so you guys can go eat. Okay, so I'll hand over to my colleague. Maybe I'll invite once again Ms. Lati Klaka, who's facilitating the session. The session is about exploring South Africa's state of readiness for 5 and 6G. Yay, so we're talking development yet again. We were just talking 5th Industrial Revolution. Now we are talking 5 and 6G. Are we ready? Are we ready? I also like to call the panel Ms. Machie Malope, who's a researcher from MTN. She is in the building. And Mr. Luvo Gray, who is the chairperson of the Youth ICT Council. He is joining us online. Can we please give them a hand of applause? Mr. Luvo, are you still with us?
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I hand over to Ms. Lati Klaka, who will facilitate the session. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know how to greet now that I'm back, but yeah, are we still good? Are we fine? Okay, so I was given actually 15 minutes, so we making it short from 60 minutes to 15, but yeah, that's the topic. The topic is exploring South Africa's state of 5G and 6G readiness. Before we start with the topic, I think I didn't introduce myself properly this morning. Did I introduce myself? I don't remember doing that. So my name is Lati Klaka. I'm the executive director of Ngo Sectors. I'm also the founder. So introducing myself, I'd talk about Ngo Sectors more than I talk about myself, but then I'll touch on that also. So Ngo Sectors' vision is to create an environment that equips and empowers civil society and youth as a whole. So what we're currently doing and what we advocate for, our programs all lie around sustainability of the sector and youth. And what we're currently doing, we are appointed as a grant funding management agent for the National Lotteries Commission. And then on a personal level, I've had the privilege to work on 2 IGFs, which is Southern African Internet Governance Forum. It's with SADC and OSISA and Sangonet. It was in 2018 and 2017. So now let's explore the topic. But before that, I'd like my 2 panelists to introduce themselves briefly. Can we please start with Ms. Molope?
Yes, so my name is Machie Molope. It is an honor and a privilege to be here. I work for MTN Group as the manager for services regulation. So we look after countries like Eswatini, Nigeria, Cameroon, and many more across the sub-Saharan region. We are also in countries like Afghanistan, Sudan, which makes up the Middle East and North Africa region. But yeah, we do exciting work in regulatory where we look at things like taxation on, and we'll talk about it more as we talk about 5G and 6G and other regulatory issues that have to do with enabling and making sure that we have 5G and that we're ready for it.
Thank you, Ms. Molope. Can we please get Mr. Gray to introduce himself?
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Luvo Gray. I am the president of the National Youth ICT Council, an organization which was formed by young people in 2021 to essentially be a bridge between, government, the private sector, and the young people in the ICT sector. Quite recently, we've been involved in upskilling young people in the 5G network architecture. We partnered with Huawei and we trained about 500 young people across South Africa. In my other role, I am the managing director of a company called EC Internet. EC Internet is an internet service provider, mainly focused on providing internet services in townships and rural areas across the Eastern Cape. Currently, we are sitting at about 1,002 users. And also something that I just want to mention because of the holistic discussion about internet governance. Last year, I had applied for, there was an application process that was published by the German Informatics Society, calling upon young people to apply to be part of the Internet Governance Forum, right? Prior to the Internet Governance Forum happening that was happening in Poland last year. So out of about 2,000 applicants, I luckily was selected to be one of the 123 young people in the world that participated in the Internet Governance Forum, Youth Internet Governance Forum last year. And 4 of our papers were presented to the Internet Governance Forum in Poland last year. Thank you very much.
So we're going to start with the questions, but I would like to ask Ms. Molope and Mr. Gray to please consider the time because I'm under pressure from our program directors. But the first thing is, the myths around 5G? Because now we've got one that says 5G causes cancer, 5G is linked to COVID-19, 5G will replace 4G, and that we'll need to buy new cell phones, and that 5G towers kill birds. The list is endless, but then I will start with Ms. Molope to please address.
I think with innovation, right, there are a lot of things that come up and a lot of myths that come up about what the impact will be on society. And I like that you asked the question because when I made my notes, I was like, the first thing that we need to do is to educate ourselves, right? So if many of you have been following the news, you'll know that, for example, there was something that was called a spectrum auction. Does anybody know what spectrum is and what spectrum does? Oh, okay. That is very, very telling. And that is just the basis of what today's conversation is about, is how do we educate ourselves, our communities, to know what is 5G, right? Because it is so easy for us to believe the myths, then to keep away from the technology, not to integrate it in our everyday lives, and then we end up on the back foot. So it is very important that we understand from the upstream to the downstream how 5G comes to be. When there's a pole, whether it's an electricity pole, whether it is a pole that delivers your data, your voice, your SMS, birds will die because they fly in the air if they get caught up in the pole, right? That is just, there's a pole, a bird runs into a pole, the very same way that if you're driving a car, you can drive into a tree, you can drive into a wall. But if we do not educate ourselves about this new inventions or these new technologies, we are going to end up on the back foot. So it is important for us to understand when they say that MTN, Vodacom, they bid for spectrum, and this is how much they paid for spectrum. You start asking the questions, what is spectrum? Why do operators always harbor the point that if spectrum is expensive, then it will be expensive for us to deliver the service? But the one thing that I want to say is that it is so important for us to build that awareness. And I like that in one of the sessions, one of the moderators was like, awareness, awareness, awareness. It is the same thing. We might not be ready, but we are getting ready. And in getting ready, we need to educate ourselves.
Thank you. I hope we got that. And then now I think we go back to the definition, because normally you'd start with the definition and then everything else. So now I'd like us to go back to the definition, which is, how would you unpack 5G and 6G to someone who is not exactly exposed to ICT? I'd like to give that question to Mr. Gray.
Thank you very much for that. I hope I was able to finish my introduction before. There's load shedding on my side, so our base stations are powered by batteries, so they're susceptible to switching off. So at some point I might just switch off abruptly. Apologies about that. So 5G essentially is the 5th generation network, right? It's the 5th generation network starting from 1G. 1G was in the 1970s. Unfortunately, in South Africa, we only, got to catch up in the in fact, in the new dispensation in about 1993, when we licensed off through the Department of Communications, licensed off, spectrum for the mobile network operators, which were Vodacom, Telkom, and MTN at that particular time. So 5G, compared to other networks, right? In 5G utilizes quite a lot
lost him, but I'd like Ms. Machie to please continue with that.
Yeah, so 5G is, so if we go through the different generations that have come before, there's been an improvement, right, from 1G up to 4G. So most of the improvements usually are with capacity, right? How many users can be on the network, how fast the information can be processed or can get to you in very simple terms, right? So 5G is a newer technology that just says that there is more capacity, and with more capacity, it means that download speeds are quicker, it means we can get more users online, it means more devices. So that's basically how the technology is going. It's just with improvement, there's better speed, there's more people that can get on in terms of traffic. That means that we get more devices.
Thank you. Do we all understand what it is? So there's no one who doesn't understand, right? We are all happy? Okay, and then the next question is, okay, so all the questions are going to Ms. Molok. So the next question is, what are the benefits of 5G and what does it hold for South Africa?
Oh, that is the best question ever, especially just coming from the panel that was talking about gamification, right? I think a lot of the technologies that are coming up, you have your IoT, machine to machine, augmented reality, and also you have existing industries like your mining, right, that need a lot of, or are going into a lot of automation. And to what one of the audience was also talking about is about processing, right, minerals. It's now going into a point where countries are saying, we own the minerals, we want to process the minerals, but where's the technology? How do we ensure that we have the necessary facilities or infrastructure, as well as the skills to ensure that we actually do that as a country? So 5G specifically, like I said, it's improving on download speeds. So it means if you're running a game and you're playing with your friend who's in another city, another town, it means that you guys can play simultaneously without no disruption, right? And it's not a delayed response where you're waiting 5 seconds when your friend says, no, stop, I'm about to shoot during Call of Duty. And then you already shoot and then you shoot them by mistake and then the game is over because there was a delay. 5G promises all of those things. It says that if I am going to send a message to my fridge, then the message is going to be, if I say, fridge, stop now, I don't want you to work anymore. When I get home, I want you to have defrosted so I can clean you up. Then you're at your workplace and you're like, oh, I forgot, I now need to switch off my fridge. So those are the kind of things that 5G can do for us. It means that things are going to be a bit more faster. We're moving into machines speaking to each other. We're moving into manufacturing that is more automated, but with responsibility and taking into account the ethics of automation and making sure that there are the necessary regulatory oversight to ensure that there's nothing unethical happening when these machines speak to each other.
Okay, thank you. Last question before we open up for Q&A. What are the barriers for successfully deploying 5G systems in South Africa?
Oh, we have a lot of problems. We have so many problems. So we have, so even from devices, for example, how many of you in the room can actually afford the latest Apple that was launched a week or two ago? It's about 25,000 rands, if some of you don't know the price for it. How many of you can walk in today into an Apple store, confidently pay for it cash and walk out and still afford to buy airtime or data? Very few of us, right? And those are some of the issues that as operators we advocate for. We need spectrum resources to be affordable. We need devices to not be double taxed. So your devices, if you don't know, they get taxed when they arrive at customs, they get taxed when you pay for them, and that also adds up, right? So in the US, even if the price for an iPhone is 20,000 when it's converted directly, when it comes to South Africa, you find that there's added fees, which could add up to 26,000 K. And sometimes you wonder, but why, right? And those are sector-specific issues where you have taxation or double taxation on devices. And when we go into 5G, a lot of us are going to have multiple devices because, like I said, it's now machines are going to speak to each other. You're going to have more than one phone. Most of us already have more than one phone, where we have a phone that we use for personal use, and then we have a phone as well that we use either for business or for work or for school, right? Because you don't want your friends to be sending you WhatsApps in the middle of the night, so you just switch off the phone and you ignore them for the night, right? So those are the kind of issues that we are battling with. We need to make sure that taxes are low so that for you to be able to get the devices at the most affordable price. We need to make sure that when we are getting licensed, our licenses are not too expensive, right? Because if they're too expensive, that is what we're going to pass down to the consumer. As soon as spectrum resources are expensive, as soon as our licenses are expensive, then we need to make a profit, we need to make revenue. Then the next best thing is for us to pass it down to the consumer, or at least the consumer absorbs some of the cost, right? So it is very important that in all ways we work together. And in some ways we do with civil society. Civil society has really been at the forefront of making sure that taxes are reduced across all our markets, not just in South Africa, but it's an issue across all of Africa, right? And it is very important to us, and it's something that we hold dear.
Thank you so much. I think now we can go to Q&A. I think the program director wants to take the mic from me. But we've reached the end of our session, and thank you so much for being a great audience. Can you clap hands for the two ladies?
Thank you so much. We're going to take 3 questions. Do we have questions on the floor? We have one in front, at the back, at the middle. Okay, 2 questions. Let's start with her. So yeah, we can go through.
Thank you. I should say I foresee strike, as we like striking. My concern is one, are we, those who are not working from rural areas, going to afford to move into 5G and 6G? Because it seems like it's going to be expensive. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. I have a few questions. Basically, one is maybe if you can clarify. And I think I'm one of the, what do you call this? What theory kind of people? Conspiracy theorist. Yeah, let me.
I just want to say that I studied theory. I'm an international studies student, so that's fine.
Sorry, I'm speaking of those people who are always like having questions. So can I say I tend to believe as a G or the 5G, 1G, 2G, 3G as a conduit of some sort, using a particular ray of some sort. So my question is, do we have any differences in that regards? More horror, like now we have 1G, it uses this particular ray. You remember the TVs, they were using UHF, then it goes and it continues. So like, are we now growing thinner of the microscopic rays where we getting to advance ourselves in that regards? Then the other one, you spoke about the communication where we have the IoT, where the Internet of Things and the likes. So I once had a question that us in the rurals, we always get mostly the best things at last. And where we come and say, if now, because I'm coming from one of the foundation called Mogaladi Foundation, maybe we want to develop a e-learning center. Now, is it possible that as an organization or an individual, where we can come and say, we need a higher or functionality of networking, where we can be able to, like now, whenever that we're doing our work, we don't have disruptions of some sort. Because like now, it will be catering even the community that is next to us. That means we'll be even advancing. So the steps or the ways that we may be able to attain that as a community, are they going to cost us? Are they going to like bill on us, or how is it going to be? If you may advise in that regard. Thank you.
We have Mr. Gray back online, so I don't know whether you're going to share the questions, or do you have more questions, the audience? Okay. I can go through.
Good afternoon once more. Since that time, I heard Ms. there, I forgot her name, as a name, but I heard her talking about some of the conjectures and speculations that they are said to come with this 5G and 6Gs. So my question was that, how about that one that it impinges the cybersecurity on increasing the rate of hacking, actually? I wanna know about that, because as for myself, I've been knowing about that. So I don't know if it's true or it's also some of the speculations. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gray, did you get the questions?
I think hopefully I won't cut off this time. I've switched off my video. Am I audible on your side?
Yes, you are.
All right, 100%. Thank you so much. I think the question I got was the question related to 5G and its expense, right? In my view, right, as someone who provides internet services in townships and rural areas, and how I've analyzed networks, right, in my experience in building networks in the unlicensed frequency bands, in the 2.4 gigahertz and the 5 gigahertz band, right? So my view is that I think instead of us rushing to deploy 5G in townships and rural areas, mostly rural areas, I think we need to at least deploy, the 4G and 3G, because most of the, the rural areas are struggling to even get, the previous generations of networks. So in as much as 5G is quite cheaper to deploy than the previous networks. And the reason why it is cheaper to deploy is because the previous networks depended on those big telecommunications towers that you see almost every 2.5 kilometers, from our households, right? 5G base stations are going to be at least within 500 meters. So the distance between a base station and a user is going to be quite close. So, and that will mean that it will drive down costs for telcos, right? So it should essentially become cheaper, especially now that in South Africa, we've recently licensed on spectrum to about 6 or 7 MNOs. So I think we should beef up. My view is that we should beef up, the 4G before we can actually, rush onto 5G, because most of the community is still unconnected to the previous generations. I think that's the question I got. I'm not sure what the second question is, Program Director.
Answered it. So the second question was, are we going thinner when it comes to 5G? So yeah, and I think he's partly answered it. So I'm going to move on to the one about ESAN so that we can just rush through. I don't know if you're happy with the answer, but if you aren't, then you can just signal. But I think with the one regarding your e-learning centers, and so what ICASA, which is the regulator for mobile operators, ISPs and the likes, what they do is once they've licensed operators, they actually, as part of the what we call regulatory requirements or regulatory obligations to the operators, then start saying, these are the number of schools, these are the number of clinics, these are the number of centers that we think you should be covering as part of your obligation. So like a lawyer will have pro bono work, that is our pro bono work in a way. So unfortunately, because I don't know the process of getting onto that list, but it's something that you can probe with with ICASA, right? To say, how do we get onto a list? And another thing that maybe I actually should say is that unfortunately or fortunately, you would need to be a public service center, right? You'd have to be a government ministry or a like, right? So that you get first preference, like a school or a clinic or a hospital. So in that way, they hold us accountable to roll out in those centers, in whether it's a center that is affiliated, maybe let's say to a clinic, right? Or whether it is a school. So those are the kind of things we do. And when we say schools, we talk about schools all the way through. So schools for kids who live with disabilities. So we have special compensation where we have to get screens in. So it's not just internet, sorry, it's not just the internet or just making sure that they have voice or data services, but it's actually putting in the technology or the infrastructure as well to ensure that they get at least access to those. Then they can use them as they see fit or as they can. And then on impinging cybersecurity, right? I think it goes also back to education. Cybersecurity will affect us all, whether you're using 5G, whether you're using 4G. Cybersecurity just means that, or when you experience any kind of threat online, right? It could be phishing, where you get an email and you click on it, and then your phone just switches off. It could be, so those are the types of things that could happen to you, right? And it will not all of a sudden come up because you have a 5G device. It's happening now with people who have 3G devices who don't know that they're not supposed to click on a link. They don't know where it's gonna lead them to, right? So 3G, 4G, as long as you can get onto your phone, get onto the internet, there's always going to be a threat, right? That you could be, your information could be threatened and somebody could have access to it. Yeah, but those are my answers.
And then I think the last one on the issue of e-learning centers, I think that is more on civil society, where the unfortunate part is that with South Africa, and hence we have these internet governance forums and just discussions around ICT. The unfortunate part is that South Africa, we're funding everything but ICT. So it's just finding a way, because I know with the National Lotteries Commission, we've got a sector which is charities. And as long as you fall under charities, you can come up with a program that actually assists the vulnerable, protection of the vulnerable. So we've got youth in that, we've got women in that, and you can sort of put in communities from rural backgrounds. So if you have something like a program that you'd like to implement, there are so many funders out there. You don't need to be a school. You don't need to be, for what Ms. Molope said, it's to get onto that list. But then from your side, being proactive, you need to have like a proper structure. So I think it's civil society. And if you're not in the civil society industry, you need to look at that and maybe sort of create an NGO that you can run properly and get funding for whatever it is that you'd like to do for your community. Thank you.
Please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Gray. Thank you so much, Ms. Molope, and thank you so much, our facilitator, Ms. Klaga. Thank you so much. Again, please give them a round of applause. We have come to the end of our program for day one. We are still coming back tomorrow. So please make sure that you join us again tomorrow. The conversation is not done yet, but please give yourself a round of applause for being here and also for participating and joining the discussion. So I'm going to give you certain directives, right? As for students, please do remain seated. You've been given meal tickets, isn't it? Do you have a meal ticket? Okay, perfect. At least now you're going to have something to indulge. So please remain seated. Your food is on the way. And please don't leave the hall. If you leave the hall, unfortunately, we won't be able to cater you. And we're going to allow stakeholders to leave the hall first. And thank you so much for being here. And please, please, please do come back tomorrow and let's continue the discussion and be able to, to achieve the goal as we want to. So thank you so much for attending. Can we have all the stakeholders? They're waiting for you outside.
K2. Kwele.
And
Asking for Kuala Lumpur.
Dijo.